So there's 6 guys on the second floor. All 6 of us have it.
We're ready. We're online now.
We'll continue that after.
Good evening and Happy New Year. Welcome to the Council Advisory Committee CAC meeting of January 13th, 2025. This meeting is being live streamed on the Town of Kentville's YouTube channel. This meeting is called to order. The chair notes that we do have quorum. I would like to begin by acknowledging that we are gathered here today on Mi'kma'ki, the unceded and ancestral territory of the Mi'kmaq people. This land is covered by the treaties of peace and friendship signed in 1726. We recognize and respect that we are all treaty people. We also wish to acknowledge and honor the significant contributions of people of African descent who have called Nova Scotia home for over 400 years. We offer our deep gratitude to those ancestors of African descent who came before us and helped shape this land. Before I begin tonight, I do want to acknowledge and take a moment and offer condolences to the family and friends of the late Town of Kentville Councillor Tony Bentley and acknowledge his contributions to the Town of Kentville. We will be voting electronically on all motions except administrative, which will be a show of hands. And I'll begin by asking if there are any conflict of interest issues that Council should be made aware of before we begin the meeting. There being none, we'll go to the approval of the agenda. We've been provided with a proposed agenda. CAO, do you have any changes?
Your worship, no, I don't.
Okay. Are there any other further additions or deletions to the agenda?
So moved.
Okay, we'll take a motion to accept it as presented. Deputy Mayor, Councillor Savage, I knew I'd make my first mistake of the year. And a seconder, Deputy Mayor Kroll. I just got them backwards. All those in favor? Those opposed? Okay, motion is carried. We have a set of minutes here from the December 9th CAC meeting. They've been distributed for approval. Are there any changes to these minutes? If there's none, they'll be accepted and filed as presented. There being none, they're good to go. We'll move on to presentations now. We have 2 presentations tonight. Each presenter, you'll have 10 minutes to present, exactly 10 minutes. And we ask you to stand up and state your name and begin your presentation. So we'll begin with Sophia, who's presenting on bird-friendly designation.
Does it look good on your end?
Nope.
Oh dear.
There we go.
Yes? Okay, great. Yeah, my name is Sophia. It's nice to see all of you again. I am excited to be giving you some updates today on the work that the bird team and I have been doing towards the bird-friendly town designation through Nature Canada. So to give you an overview of this program, That means demonstrating that we have met all of the criteria to meet the designation standards. And so this is kind of all the things that I've talked about, you have to kind of prove that you've done them.
Okay.
And that's what the
So you
application
stay with the
is.
designation.
Yeah.
Thank you, Sophia. I'm slow. Thank you.
Councillor Savage.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Sophia. That was a great presentation and great work that you've done with the staff. So one of the things, once we have our designation, my question to you would be sort of how you see us, you, staff, really sort of capitalizing on this, because it really is a unique selling property for Kemptville, and what that sort of means for you in terms of attracting people into the area because of this designation.
Yeah, I think that we've been dreaming about what this could look like. I think there's a real great tourism opportunity, especially as kind of something that stands out with Kemptville holding this designation as something that you can put in a magazine, for example, or something that, you can use to attract birders to come. There's some really extraordinary and I think hidden spots for people to enjoy really unique birds in Kemptville, and so maybe this can help make that a little more visible.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you so much for your report. It was really informative. A couple questions for you. The important birding area, I noticed that Kemptville is not on the map for that. Is there any goals to expand to have Kemptville in that area?
Yeah, the important bird area is it's set because of the way that birds use the land. And so unless we can change the way that birds are interacting with that area of the Bay of Fundy, then I don't think that we will be able to be incorporated in that, because it's really those mud flats and the way that they're going and eating the insects off of there that makes that an important bird area. But luckily, just being in proximity to that important bird area counts towards the designation.
Okay. My other question, if that's okay, is when I did a search, the biodiversity plan that you are planning to create, is that to replace another? Like, is that for the integrated plan, or is this a whole new plan?
So I think that the strategy is what we're using to hold space, so that, as I said, with the municipal planning strategy, like this is something that could work its way into those kinds of documents. I don't know if it's necessarily something that will be a individual kind of document on its own, or if it will make its way into those kinds of larger documents, but the strategy is something that can kind of help us get our bearings about us, so then we can understand what's happening in Kemptville, what our priorities are, and then how we can begin integrating those into existing documents.
So it's not an update, it's a new plan?
Right.
Okay.
Deputy Mayor Kroll.
Yes, thank you, Sophia. That was a great presentation. Under mandatory yearly criteria, you speak of, or you list, municipal support. So would that municipal support be financial, or would it be in kind, for example, like staffing time, that kind of thing, or do you know?
Yeah, I don't think that it's necessarily financial support. I think that what they're looking for is that municipalities know about the program, that they are engaged in the program, and that when we're putting on projects or when we're, creating members for the bird team, that the municipality is engaging and supporting in that way. So not necessarily formal support, but just that this is something that the municipality prioritizes and is excited about.
Oh, thanks.
Sure.
As municipalities, it's been our experience that municipalities put a little bit of money in the budget, maybe $1,000, but as we become designated, we have access to grants every year. So if we wanted to put on an event, or if we wanted to buy a structure or some kind of equipment or binoculars for residents, there is a grant that we can apply to specifically for bird designated towns and cities. So it does open up a financial opportunity for us.
Councillor Maxwell.
Thank you, Sonia, for the presentation. It's wonderful. I'm just wondering, we have a bird sanctuary in Kemptville, quite a large area. Will that become part of this presentation, or is there a way that we can use the bird sanctuary to knock off a couple of requirements, or how does the bird sanctuary kind of play into this? I'm just
Yeah,
wondering.
Jennifer, I wonder if I can defer to you on that one.
So on the bird team, we've had a lot of conversations about the Migratory Bird Sanctuary. The different organizations in the region, the Blomidon Naturalist Society, the Gigi-Waktuk Watershed Alliance, as well as the town's bird team, have had a lot of conversations about why there isn't more resources, more panels, more information available about that migratory bird sanctuary. And there are a lot of conversations happening with the federal government to increase the education and awareness for that park. So it's not necessarily something the bird team is working on, but a lot of groups are working on how we can better use that space
that's
and how it
wonderful.
can be better supported by the federal government.
Yeah, that's wonderful. Yeah. Thank you.
I guess there's no more questions. Thank you, Sophia. And look at that, Kentville had 2 elections in the fall, one for the birds and one for us, right? So, some days that's debatable, right? All right. Okay, up next, we have a presentation from Leanne Jennings from Open Arms. Just remind you, you have 10 minutes too, so we got a thick agenda tonight, so. Yeah.
No problem.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for having me this evening. My name is Leanne Jennings. I'm the Executive Director of Open Arms Resource Center. I'm joined by my colleague Deborah Large, who's the manager of Tiny Meadows Shelter. Just to tell you a little bit about Open Arms, for those who may not be familiar with us, we're a dynamic and growing nonprofit organization whose work is rooted in Christian values. Our mission is to create lasting change, positive change, by addressing the root causes of homelessness and fostering a supportive environment for those in need. Open Arms is committed to treating every individual with dignity and respect, recognizing the inherent worth and unique journey of each person. Our work is divided into 5 streams. Many of you will be familiar with our downtown shelter located here in Kentville. We refer to that as our Oasis shelter. There we have 20 beds for individuals experiencing homelessness. And we're very proud that in August of this year, we opened our second shelter site called Tiny Meadows, located just outside town limits adjacent to the hospital. That shelter site, when it's at full capacity, will have 20 beds as well. We're currently at an occupancy of 19 at the current time. We also operate 2 housing programs. One is an intensive case management program for individuals experiencing chronic homelessness with high depth needs or multiple barriers to housing. And one of our housing programs is for individuals with low acuity or lower depth need. And those programs provide support through case management with trained professionals in supporting individuals in identifying, accessing, and then sustaining housing opportunities. And I'm really proud to say that since the inception of these programs in October of this year, we've seen some incredible successes at housing individuals and supporting them in attaining housing, and we're confident that those individuals will be able to sustain those housing opportunities. The third stream of our programs is our thrift store. You may be aware of the fact that we operate Oats Thrift Store in downtown Kentville, where we offer obviously discounted clothing and household items to the general population, but we also have specific targeted voucher program for individuals who can afford to pay for these items. We are exploring opportunities and looking to engage in affordable housing, where we will be building, acquiring, and operating affordable housing, not just in Kentville, but across the valley is our aspiration in the future. And finally, we do outreach. And Open Arms has conducted outreach for many years now. What we're looking to do right now is to formalize it into a program that has measurable outcomes, all of which are geared towards housing. So this will also be operated by trained staff who will journey with individuals and bringing them into greater stability. So I don't think I'm saying anything new when I say that the level of homelessness is on the rise. The last count that we have data for was conducted in 2022. It identified 231 individuals experiencing homelessness in the Annapolis Valley. We believe that to be an underestimate. And I can say with confidence that the service-based count that was recently conducted in November, we're still waiting for the results. I'm quite confident that that will demonstrate a drastic increase in the number, but we'll have to wait for the formal numbers to come across. But we can testify at Open Arms that the need has increased based on the number of individuals seeking services from our organization. We have seen and heard testament from the police department, in particular Kentville Police, of individuals that they believe to be experiencing homelessness, engaging in behaviors that are problematic. And these are individuals that we seek to support. We have some capacity right now to support these individuals, but we believe with the program that we are presenting today, we'll be able to be more effective at that. And finally, we know that transportation services is a known barrier for individuals experiencing homelessness, and that's also an issue that we're looking to address. So the winter response outreach proposal that Open Arms is proposing, we intend to conduct from January, that's this month of this year, till April, the end of April of this year. The first component of the outreach program is a mobile outreach team. So this outreach team is not just going to connect with individuals, but they will conduct case management, which means they'll be brought into the program if they so choose, and they'll be provided with supports, regular reoccurring supports through relationships. And if they don't choose to participate in a program, there'll be individuals that we touch base with on a regular basis to do check-ins and wellness checks. The street outreach component is going to involve members of our team literally walking the streets of the urban areas throughout Kings County and providing a street presence and having a phone number. I think is probably one of the most beneficial aspects of the program, that businesses and yourselves, counselors and other community members will be provided with a mobile outreach phone number so that if individuals are experiencing some form of distress or their behavior is problematic and you don't want to involve the police or fire and ambulance, then we would be able to respond, not necessarily on an emergency basis, but that's something that we could support and respond to. We would be providing transportation services through our vehicles, support with mental health and addictions through a trained mental health counselor, and promotion of community awareness so that we can start to dispel some of the myths that come along with the instances of homelessness. The second component of the outreach proposal is a drop-in center. This is a place that will be created to meet the basic needs of individuals by providing warmth, food, water, hygiene products, clothing, and a safe space for them. These two programs work very closely, or these two components work very closely, in that if there's individuals that are out on the street and need somewhere to go to just have respite or to have a conversation, then our mobile team can connect them with a drop-in center, so they're very closely connected. And the ultimate goal of both programs is to connect individuals to the system of care. So we are, within our system of care, we have shelter options. Individuals can be connected to a housing support worker to get access to housing, health services, social work services, etc. At Open Arms, we're able to leverage our multiple partnerships within that system of care. We're closely linked to the Kings County Resource Center, the Valley Learning Center, the portal if we encounter any young people that can be supported by them. We have close connections with the health sector as well as law enforcement and the police. So we think that together we can create a very coordinated and collaborative approach. And finally, we will be connecting individuals through the coordinated access system, which is intended and designed to ensure fair and equitable access to services for all individuals. So I'm here before you making a funding request so that we're able to do this. This is not 3 minutes. Thank you. This is not a service that is funded by the province. We believe that because these are vulnerable citizens, that there's a role for municipalities to play in supporting these citizens. And we are providing a service to the town and to businesses that they have somewhere to turn to and to go to. And we're also relieving a great deal of effort and time on your police service by providing a more appropriate response. So what I've done is provided you with a calculation of the total costs of the program and deducted some existing funding that we've been able to secure through the Office of Mental Health and Addictions and through church group, the Wolfville Area Interchurch Council, that has provided us with some funding. So based on uniform assessment, I did all the math, I added everything up, and I believe, I can stand to be corrected, but that Kemptville shares in 10.72% of the overall uniform assessment for Kings County. And so that would bring our request to $14,616. And with the funding will come accountability. We will be providing reports, reporting on our KPIs and the outcomes of the program so that you can determine the efficacy of the work that we do and hold us accountable for that work. That's the end of my presentation. I welcome any questions.
Thanks, Leanne, for that. I just have two quick questions, and then I'll pass it off to council. You talk about this drop-in facility. So where is that going to be? What does that look like?
So we're still in the works.
Okay.
We are kind of in an ad hoc way operating out of our current office facility in downtown Kentville, but we're exploring other options, and we have a beat on a few different locations. It will be on a transportation route in an urban area, so that it's easily accessible for individuals, but that hasn't been fully secured yet.
Okay, but you think you'd have that like in 2 weeks or whenever?
Yes.
Yeah. And, but it's not meant to be a shelter, it's just a drop-in?
Absolutely. It will have daytime hours.
Okay, but if someone's distressed at night, they still don't have a place to, correct?
That would
Unless,
be.
if your shelter's full, they don't have a place.
That's correct, yeah.
Okay.
And if we're able to demonstrate the need, then we can go and explore further service options.
Okay, and my other question is, have you met with the other units yet, with the County of Kings or Wolfville or with?
This is my first stop,
Okay.
but I'm anticipating meeting with all three of the other units
Okay.
this month.
And has there been any discussion with the province at all or with the MLAs?
I have made the province aware of this proposal. The proposal did include an emergency overnight shelter for an overnight option only. And so I'm going to leave that to conversations with the province if they see
Okay.
fit to fund that.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from council? Councillor Savage.
Thank you, Worship. Hi, Leanne.
Hi.
Thanks for your presentation, and I think certainly most of us around the Horseshoe and in this room realize that there are many unhoused people that are here in Kentville and surrounding communities. So in terms of, I'm sort of looking at the chief over there, what sort of conversations have you had with Kentville Police in this, with regards to this initiative and how they see it, sort of maybe not mirroring, but coinciding with what they do? I know you're talking about if certain incidents, occur on the street, that folks can have a phone number and call a mobile unit so as not to put, undue pressure on Kentville Police and or the Community Crisis Navigator that we have in place now. I'm just wondering sort of what those conversations look
Well,
like. Or sound like.
I would never want to put words in the mouths of our police, especially when he's present here. So I'll let him speak for himself.
Okay.
I do believe that they have sent me correspondence identifying the issue and seeking for some form of collaboration.
Okay.
And I believe we're both on the same page that we don't want to criminalize behavior that can be addressed through that type of contact and relationship building that can deter that type of behavior to begin with.
Okay, that's great. Okay, yeah, I had another question, if that's all right. How much time would be spent in Kentville, like this mobile unit? Would the drop-in center be here, or would you have other ones around Kings County, or?
So we're exploring all the details of that. I haven't secured a space. We are currently operating drop-in for a portion of the week out of our office space in downtown Kentville.
Okay.
It may be that we offer drop-in in a few different locations throughout the county. We have a commitment to spend 1 day a week in the eastern portion of the county. I anticipate we would easily spend at a minimum 1 day a week here in Kentville and surrounding area.
Okay, all right, great. I just have one last question. The other agencies that you talked about, Kings County Resource and the health sector, law enforcement, et cetera, they're all on the same page? They're all supportive of this initiative?
Yes, and actually I could follow up with letters of support from the Kings County Senior Safety Program, the Kings County Family Resource Center, the portal, et cetera, have all provided letters of support for this service and identified the need.
Okay, great, thank you. all I had.
All right. Councillor Andrew.
Hi, Leanne. I'm not gonna open up a whole lot, except that, I had a meeting with John Lahr today, and I don't know if you're aware that, your staff are calling 1 to 3 times a day for the, emergency shelter program that's in its second year, operating from St. James, just around the corner. So 1 to 3 calls a day we have someone here, can you take them? And that's been working fairly well. So there's a lot of oversight here, and I would, strongly encourage, it doesn't have to be me, but that our shelter team, we have a shelter team of 5 people who are Kentville residents who form that team, because there is a lot happening, and it's a little ingenuous to suggest otherwise. Thank you.
Councillor Baker.
Thank you for your presentation and for coming tonight. I guess I want to know that this is a problem that everybody's coordinated on. And when the province says, we're gonna wait on this direction, it really bothers me that they're just downloading to the municipalities. So is there, like, you provided a link to the Homeless No More organization that happens, and I'm not well versed in this, but is there a strategy overall that comes from the province where they're gonna accept responsibility for directing how our tax dollars are spent from the provincial level, and then the municipalities can kick in, because we really don't have jurisdiction?
So I guess I'll answer it in 2 different ways. The first is I am in regular conversations with the Department of Opportunities and Social Development, formerly Department of Community Services.
Oh, okay.
Yep,
Thank you.
they're a new OSD department. I understand that they are in the process of developing a strategy for homelessness. So I can't provide any details on that and what the province's stance is or what they're planning to do, but I understand that they're planning to be doing some strategic planning.
And it's obvious that there's a need. I mean, everyone around here, you know, in this room knows that there's a need now.
Yeah.
Not when we have a plan for it. It bothers me that we're trying to do this sporadically when we don't have an overall plan.
Yeah,
So
that's fair.
I encourage you to keep going.
Yeah.
I encourage you to keep going, and thank you for the work that you do.
You're welcome.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay. Councillor Maxwell.
Thank you, Leanne. I read through not just this part of the presentation, but the whole document that you had sent in. And I first of all got the impression that you were going to use your facility downtown as the drop-in center, but I guess that's just until you find another spot.
That's right. The drop-in center location has not yet been determined.
Right, okay. And one other thing that you had said in that document was that you are using your own vehicle as the mobile vehicle.
That's correct.
Is that correct?
Yes.
So you're going to keep doing that?
That's correct, yeah.
Yeah, okay. And I just want to say that, you know, I like the proposal. I think it's a good proposal. As Councillor Baker says, we know there's a need, definitely. I'd like to see the community groups, the nonprofits working together. And you had mentioned in that large document quite a few of the nonprofits in and around Kentville that are working together. Would you be able to highlight some of those for the public as they're listening?
Sure. I don't have the document right in front of me, but I can tell you that we meet regularly with the portal, with Kings County Family Resource Center, with Kids Action Program, with the Coordinated Access System of Care, with Nova Scotia Health and representatives. We work closely with Kentville Police Services and the RCMP. Yeah. Project Hope with the Canadian Mental Health Association.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
yeah.
That's great. And, yeah, I just, you know, I'd love to support this. Yeah, I just, this has to be approved quickly, I guess, is what you're asking.
That's our hope.
Yeah, because we've got budget planning coming up pretty soon. And as you probably are aware, Kentville has a lot of big things on the go, like our stormwaters, and we've got a couple of really old infrastructure buildings and so on, the pool and the rink and things like that. So, yeah, if we could, look at this during budget deliberations, it would be a lot easier for me. I'm just putting that out there. So, but thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Kroll.
Yes, hello, thanks for your presentation. Your ask of $14,616, is that just a one-time ask, or are you asking us to put this particular line item in our operating budget?
Well, this proposal is a one-time ask, but I would appreciate a conversation with the municipality or the town and municipalities in our region as to how we can work together to support our most vulnerable citizens. I understand that housing is a provincial matter and that there's a huge role for the province to play, but these are citizens and they may not be residents that are taxpayers, but they deserve services just the same. So perhaps I could follow up with a request that would be appropriate for your budgeting deliberations.
So could you also tell us how many of the individuals, you have 231 individuals are homeless in the Annapolis Valley, so can you give us an estimate of how many of those people are actually housed in Kentville?
So none of them would be housed. They're homeless. I don't have a number right now, and in fact, that number would change probably. We have 40 shelter beds in the town of Kent. Well, no, 20 in the town of Kentville, 20 just outside the town, and then individuals living rough throughout the county.
Sorry, can I just step in on the point that we have seen a huge increase of individuals who are in employment. So there are actually many people who are unhoused that are working. So that is just a reality. There's lots of people living in their cars, etc., who actually have full-time employment. Yeah.
Thanks.
Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you very much for your great report. From what I do, I know the need is really. It's always during the daytime hours that there's somebody there, but. The really hard hours are from the night and the weekends, and that's when we are trying to get the resources as paramedics. I guess following up with Deputy Mayor Kroll's comment, and from the police commission side, a lot of people are, I know they're unhoused, but where did they originally come from? And I'm wondering, we're finding that a lot of them are not from Kentville originally, and that a lot of municipalities are telling them to come here because we have a lot of the services here. And I'm just really concerned about all these different programs and none of them really working together. It's just concerning that everybody's meeting, but nobody's kind of working together. We need really collaboration.
So I'll answer your first question. We're absolutely open to having a portion of our mobile and drop-in service take place in the evenings and on weekends, and that's something that we can take very seriously as we build the program and hire our staff. And then in terms of collaboration, I think it's fair to say that the number of individuals experiencing homelessness has increased at such a rate that the way in which we were operating before is not sufficient, and that the degree of collaboration needs to increase, and coordination, as you say. And so we are working very hard at increasing that degree of collaboration so that we can better serve the individuals. And as for their origin, we don't ask individuals where they've come from. The reality is that they're on our doorstep or they're in our community and we serve them. And we certainly do not in any way solicit individuals to come to us or ask them to come or suggest that other organizations send individuals to us. I want to make that really clear.
CAO?
Sorry, can I just quickly answer
Yes.
the question on the origin? So although we don't ask that question directly, I can report that the majority of individuals are actually from the Valley. Doesn't mean all, and we're certainly not getting referrals from the city. I think that was one thing that the general public were quite concerned about, that especially when a new shelter opens in community, that we might receive a lot of individuals moving from the city where some of those services are saturated. That is not something that we've actually experienced.
CAO?
Very good presentation. There's no question about the cause. There's no question about the need. Others have listed what my concern is. It is that we have challenges for our own municipal needs, especially on the stormwater and infrastructure side. We increased our staff by one to create the community navigators position, which we had asked for assistance from the province on. They declined, so that is an additional expense that the town bears. If this program is successful, in all likelihood, there will be a push to see it become an annual expenditure. I just have concerns about stepping one more time outside of what is our municipal core responsibilities for the best of reasons, and then not being supported by the province. Once we take it on, it just becomes an expectation of municipalities.
Thank you.
I appreciate your response and the constraints on municipalities and the funding. We worked our very hardest to get the cost down as low as we could possibly get it.
I don't doubt that.
Leanne, if this program only works if all the parties are in favor, right? So if one party agreed and one of them didn't, it would be aborted. You couldn't do it, obviously.
Well, the nature of a nonprofit is to
Right.
do the best you can with what you've got. So I'm not going to say that we won't be providing any service if all parties don't come to the table. It's our hope that all parties come to the table.
Okay. All right. Councillor Savage.
Thank you, Your Worship. My question is very similar to what the mayor just commented on, and I know that you haven't spoken with the other towns and municipality, the County Kings, but have you indiscreetly spoken with them? Like, do you have a sense that they are receptive, or?
I'm not able to comment on that right now, unfortunately.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Councillor Maxwell.
Thank you. Leanne, living here my entire life, we have a really good community in Kentville. And we have people who are very concerned and very supportive of the nonprofits and what they're doing for looking after homeless and things like that. And I'm just wondering if your group has approached any of our citizens for private donations, because I think you may be very well received by a good cross-section of our community. And so I just hope that fundraising and, and looking at and going out to some of those people might be something that you should pursue.
Thank you. Yes. Why I anticipate that this is not necessarily going to be a year-over-year ask is that we have ramped up our fundraising efforts, and Coldest Night of the Year is taking place on February 22nd. It is our largest fundraiser, and we have doubled our target this year because the need is so great. So we will be approaching community members to support that. The problem for this year and right now is that we need to get working right now, and that money won't arrive until the end of April. And so that's why we're coming here for this request.
Okay, thank you, Leanne. This item will come up under New Business Council, and there'll be time to discuss it then. Thank you again.
Thank you very much.
All right. So we're moving on now to staff reports. CEO, do you want to introduce the department reports and recommendations?
Thank you, Your Worship. I would ask Director Matthews to present the Finance Department report.
Perfect. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Report has been pre-circulated, and I will go through just a few of the highlights. If you look in the operations section of the report, I have noted that the town has entered into a 10-year municipal funding agreement with the province for the Canada Community Building Fund. That is the former gas tax, which most people know it as, so I just wanted to clarify that. The funds that are allocated for that are calculated in a way that we don't know what our amounts are. There's a pot, and then everyone gets a distribution of that pot. So I can't tell you how much it will be, but we will be able to receive funding. It's generally been in the $400,000 to $450,000 a year to support our capital needs. I also have shared our compliance reporting for the month of December, so you can see those reports are being maintained. I will be providing that compliance reporting on a monthly basis if we do have any, as it does impact our ability to get debt and our relationship with the Department of Municipal Affairs. So want you to be aware of how we are maintaining that from a finance and admin point of view. You will see that our 25-26 uniform assessment, the draft would show that we would have a 9.2% increase in value over our previous year. As many of you know, that is used in a lot of our funding allocation formulas with our partners like school board and others. So we have our increase. I'm not sure what others have, but we will learn those before our operating budget process unfolds. I will talk about the statement of operations and the capital expenditures separately. You will note that our tax levied for 24-25, we have 2.34% outstanding as of the January the 4th. We talked last month about the accounts. I looked at the number of accounts that were outstanding for January of 24 and the number of accounts that still have outstanding balances for January of 25. And this year, we actually have 114 more accounts that are outstanding. However, I'm hopeful that some of that is related to not getting reminders out due to postal strike, because we often get, things will trail in from November through to March. So we will see just what that trend looks like next month to know whether we should be significantly concerned. So those are the pieces of the written report that I wanted to go through before I move into the statement of operations. This statement of operations are in front of you for November of 2024. You will see that we currently are showing a surplus of $3,314,390. Our revenues are at 87.2% of our budget. Our expenditures at 68.4%. We are 8/12 of the way through the year, so our spending is moving at a pace that we would anticipate. There is a more narrative within the document this month, because what we did as a senior leadership team is went through all of the program-specific budgets for where they stood at the end of October, where we predicted they may be at the end of March, and we did not use November because that wasn't available till January 6th. So we did a thorough review of October. And you will note that there was some significant changes on the expenditures forecast. We have one item on the revenue side for a forecast that was changed. We have our accessibility study for the town hall, along with our secondary planning. Both of those studies were budgeted for in this fiscal year. We are not anticipating moving those forward until next fiscal year. Therefore, we are forecasting reduced expenditure in those areas. And for our stormwater management planning, though costs for that were, correct me if I'm wrong, Dave, but about $120,000 or so, we received funding associated with that. So we have a surplus of $29,600 compared to our budget. So those have caused us to see a change in what we would transfer in from our operating reserves. Not spending, therefore we're not going to transfer the funding in. You will also see a likewise forecasted under expenditure in those program areas for those as well. The other areas that we have forecast changes would be protective services. We've looked at our staffing complement. Up to this point, we knew that we were communicating that our overtime was up, but we had gaps in our staffing complement. They were offsetting. At the end of December is when most of our banks are paid out if they are not used, part of our collective agreement. And so we know now that our overtime costs and those premium costs will exceed our budget because we are now fully staffed. So that we've estimated at about $40,000. That's embedded within the forecast. On the transportation services side, we know we still have a risk around snow removal. We haven't made any adjustments to that. We also have made adjustments similar to last month around staffing for transportation services because of the changeover for the full year for our manager and operator versus our lead hand. that we are anticipating for the last quarter rather than the full year. You'll see the same in planning, where we had a later start for our Director of Planning, so those savings are embedded within our forecast. The other piece that I highlighted is Parks and Recreation did a review of each of their line items, and we are anticipating about a $42,000 surplus there. I've highlighted those programs that we've collected more revenue than we anticipated, or our costs were lower than we anticipated. And then in the arena and in our parks and playgrounds, we have some additional staffing and occupational health and safety issues that we needed to address through some supply expenses. So those were over budget. However, overall, we anticipate being under budget about $42,000. The only other adjustment that we made to the forecast this month would be our transfers to reserves. We talked about our back check revenue and how we are not collecting at the same rate that we anticipated. Therefore, we are forecasting we will not move $38,000 into reserves related to that, because we aren't actually tracking at an amount higher than last year. That may change before year end, hopefully, fingers crossed. However, we are not assuming that that will move. So that leaves us with all those ins and outs at forecasting about a $30,000 surplus at year end, which is 0.17% of our overall spend. So it's really tracking on target at that level. That is the operating fund. Would we like to take questions on that before I move to the capital fund, Mayor, or just keep moving?
No, I keep going, and then
Keep
we'll do them
going?
at the end, yeah.
Okay. On the capital investment plan, you will see that we have year-to-date actual expenditures of $2,962,959. That is at the end of the third quarter, December 31st. It represents about 37% of our funding, but closer to 73% of our forecast. Our forecast is $4 million. It varies from our budget by this month $3.9 million. It changed overall from last month only about $70,000. There are 3 projects. One that we were unsure last month whether we would complete, so we know now it will be deferred into next year, so that is one change for about $80,000. Then we had a project we anticipate being under budget about $7,700, and there are a few projects. There is a project within Parks and Recreation we anticipated would be done last year. It was not, and we have some new spending that we will be that would make it over our budget. So that is included in there as well in the forecast. You will see at the bottom the over-under areas are $248,682. Any of individual projects that end the year being over budget, we will come to council for those specific projects, recommending a funding source for those, but we don't anticipate those to be material. And are, as identified last month, many of the the under budgets relate to reserves, so there would be capacity within the reserves to offset some of those moving forward without committing more funding than you would have committed last year at budget time for capital. And those are the highlights that I wanted to make, and I'm open to questions on any portion of the report.
Thank you, Director Matthews. Are there any questions for the Director on her report? Councillor Savage.
Thank you, Your Worship. Director Matthews, I'm going to sort of go back up to the top section there, where it says that the town has entered into a 10-year municipal funding agreement with the province related to the CCBF. Is that something that we've done before? Like, this is something we've done before?
It's the first time since my tenure, so
Okay.
I will ask the Deputy CAO.
I've not heard of that before,
Yeah.
but maybe.
So that is the gas tax, correct?
That is a gas
Yeah, it
tax.
So, yes, we don't have a choice in the timing, but the renewal of the gas tax with the new name comes with a 10-year commitment.
Oh, I see, okay,
Yeah,
okay,
renewal.
yeah.
Thank you.
You mentioned the sales, the back check.
Yeah.
And talked a little about that it was a moneymaker and that there will be efforts to increase the revenues that come from that. Do you know
what those efforts are or why there has been a reduction in that revenue stream?
It is, when we budgeted this year, we were not as conservative as we normally are.
Okay.
So we looked at a 5-year average. We generally were bringing in more than we budgeted, so we budgeted closer to actual.
Okay.
This year, and the chief may be able to add some more detail, but the way that the process works, they have to be available for us to actually tap into them and do the work and then get compensated for that. So there may not be as many available when our team is there working.
I mean, I can comment on
He may be, yeah, he's been doing a deep dive into
Okay.
to the details.
Okay,
I think
We, feel free, I would just add that we have assumed from September onward, we'll be able to make our budget.
Oh, I see,
It's
okay.
$90,000 from April to the end of September.
Right, okay.
We were under budget, so
Yeah.
we're hoping to be able to pick up the pace and be beyond budget for the balance of the year, but we forecasted not recovering the 90,000 we were under for the first 6 months.
Gotcha, okay.
Yeah, shortfalls based on staffing that started with us and then left, and then we're a bit short. But
Okay.
as I mentioned in the previous meeting, back checks should change in the sense that members are sitting there with a mouse clicking refresh button all day long, trying to get back
Right.
checks to do.
Okay.
And if they're not doing that consistently all the time,
Wow.
or they're not getting them, whereas years ago it used to be put into a pool and you could pull.
And you could
the
pull
pool,
from it, yeah.
which you can't do anymore.
Now you just refresh the screen and
yeah.
hope you're refreshing at the right time when something's
Correct.
available.
Okay, all right, thank you.
But, I suspect we're gonna be at about the 90% mark when we're
Okay. Yeah.
finished this
Yep.
year.
Yeah.
Great,
If my
thank you.
finance is right.
Okay,
Yes.
thanks. And,
And it's usually pretty spot on.
okay. And my last question is with regards to the D-transfer tax. So the way
Yes.
that I read that, we have accumulated about 238,000 to date since inception.
One moment. When you say you read that, in the revenue section, correct?
So it was forecasted for.
Yes, that
yeah.
is correct.
Okay.
Yep.
So that's.
And that is with November's payment in.
It is, okay,
Yeah.
great.
And
Wonderful.
our forecast is based on what we included in our projection for last year, because we don't have a year's worth of data to really go by, but. Yep.
And those have to come in through operating and then they can
And
be
then they are
allocated to
transferred
capital.
through to capital.
Okay.
And you see that in the financing and transfers,
Okay,
transfer to reserves on the operating side.
gotcha. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Are there any other questions for Director Matthews? I guess you're done. Thank
Okay,
you.
Thank you.
Director Shoup, do you want to present the planning and development report?
So good evening, Your Worship and Council. What we've presented basically is a year in review for our report. It highlights some of the staffing challenges that we've had over the course of the year and the transition that we've gone through from using mainly a consulting service to provide our services to in-house talent for that. So I'm happy to be part of that, and Ben Kroll, who was here, has also been part of that as well. And being able to provide a year in review in part is by having that in-house staff to collect data for us. And part of this report as well is being able to compile the year-end data and compare it to last year's, which I know is something that council is looking forward to seeing. So I won't get into the details because it's all there for you, but we'll go into the monthlies. So 5 development permits were received this month with a total estimated value of $600,000. The interesting news at the year end is that we had a total value of construction at $42 million, which is a 136% increase from last year. So there's details that we can get into that for that if council has any questions as well. We currently have 1 subdivision application that was received in December and no new site plan applications. So last month when I was here, we're looking at ways to make sure that council is receiving good information on these, that they're aware of all the applications that are coming in and the status of them. So if there are any changes to applications that we're working through, we'll provide them in this report as well. The line just below this is on development agreement. So we did receive a development agreement in December. There's a more fulsome staff report later in tonight's agenda, which will speak to that. But that has been a first opportunity to bring us a development agreement forward for the town in a number of years as well. So there's a learning curve with that, and I'm hopeful that I can help you with that as we go through. Also in this report, the subdivision, as requested at the last meeting, was that we had some graphics go along with it to give a little better context of where these things were located. So we've included that. And again, for the final couple pages of this report, we have some more of the details, the current reports for December. And again, the year ends, which reflect that we call a significant increase in development value over the course of last year. So I'll keep it short and sweet into that, and happy to answer any questions council may have.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Director Shoup on his report? Councillor Savage.
Thank you, Worship. Hi, Director Shoup. My question is more around, we've talked about over the last 6 or 8 months, secondary planning strategy, our land use bylaw, our municipal planning strategy. Have you and the team sort of had any conversations around that and or with the CAO, and what do you sort of envision as a timeline? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. It's something that we've started to talk about, where we have 4 reports on the agenda tonight. It's probably going to be a February report. We're still working on the details of it.
Okay.
At this point, I can say that we're looking at the difference between having a secondary plan brought in versus having a comprehensive plan review.
Okay.
So that's something I really need to get, and we really need to get into the details a little bit more to determine which is the most appropriate at this time. But it's certainly something that we're working on.
Top of mind. Okay, yes. Great. Thank you. Thanks for that.
Thank you. Councillor Baker.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Director. I'm thinking I might be piggybacking on what Councillor Savage said, because at the end of page 1, you said there were significant gaps in planning policies and procedures that have been addressed. Mm-hmm. Is that what you were mentioning that I didn't quite understand? Is that?
That's part of what we're looking at. Whether or not we look at a comprehensive review, which would help sort out some of those issues that we have, some of the discrepancies. It's not only within the planning documents, it's other town plans and strategies and bylaws that need to really be looked at comprehensively. So this would be a start to that. Okay. It's not a full review of all of our bylaws, but it would be mindful of that there are other aspects of town bylaw and policy that come into play when we put this all together.
And the hope is that review, or whatever that change might be, addresses your next paragraph that says you're laying the groundwork for attracting and managing future development. Is that accurate?
That's along those lines exactly. And one of the good things that we've had, good news that I can share, is that by having the in-house capacity that we've been building, is that we're building better relationships with local developers and the community by having people that they can come in and speak to directly. So that's part of the whole program here, really, is to pull all that together.
Thank you.
Thank you. I guess that's all the questions. Thanks, Director. We'll see you in a little bit. For a long bit.
So for the Parks and Recreation report, Director Langell is unavailable tonight. So we'll have Active Living Community Coordinator, Becca, and I hope I get this right. Craig, is that close?
Craig, yeah.
Okay.
You got it. All right. Thank you, everyone. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Becca Craig, and I am stepping in for Director Langell this evening. And on behalf of the Parks and Rec Department, we are excited to report just a few of the wonderful initiatives that we've been working on as a team. So I wanted to start with saying that we have applied for our Canada Summer Jobs, looking forward to the next summer, which is kind of funny to say as we look out in the winter wonderland out there. But we have applied for that and are looking for other funding opportunities as well to help support that summer programming. Employment ads typically are posted at the end of January or early February, so that is something to look forward to as well. The second one I'd like to kind of highlight is that our Kentville outdoor pool assessment has been done, and we're going to be anticipating the initial assessment to be received in mid-January. Likely that's going to be presented in March or April with various different recommendations, options to review through. And then we hope to have our cost ready for capital budget meetings as well. So Craig will probably be able to speak to that a little bit further if you have any questions about that one. One of the things that I'm working on right now is the equipment loan program, which has been migrated over to the Rec Hub, now unofficially named the Adventure Hub. And that is where we store a lot of our cross-country skis, snowshoes, our adaptive sit ski. We have binoculars there for those birders, and also some kick sleds for the winter activities. And then we'll transition over to more of our summer equipment during those warmer months. And those are going out on a 2-week basis. So we have a survey to fill out, and community can borrow all of that equipment for 2 weeks for free. So that's available to our community at the moment. We had a new event in December, and that was the Oakdean Park Community Garden Group that hosted it. It was a park lighting and Christmas caroling event, and it was highly attended by 41 people who braved the cold there. So that was quite exciting. I see here there was warm cider and home-baked cookies, so that was pretty awesome to see the community come out and celebrate winter at the park. And then finally, we had the arena engagement session, and Craig wanted to extend a big thank you out to mayor and council staff and the community for the attendance of that. There were 37 people that attended that meeting. And the arena surveys have closed. We've had 116 responses, and we are compiling that information to bring to February's CAC. That's the conclusion of my report, and happy to answer any questions that I can or defer them to Craig when he gets back.
Thank you, Ms. Craig, for your report. Are there any questions? Councillor Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Becca, for stepping in for the director. Second point on admin and operations is that staff has met with Dalhousie University students for potential staffing. Is that because they have a specific program, or does NSCC or Acadia or more local residents? I just don't.
They do have a specific program. I have not personally been working on that project, but I can gather more information and ensure that is sent out to council.
Okay, thank you. And if I may have a second question.
Sure.
The natural stormwater management project that's to happen at Oakdean, can you expand on that at all, or is that something we should wait for the director on?
So just, I believe there's a correction on where it's going to be located.
Okay.
So the staff is working on looking at different locations at Memorial Park. And Craig is working with Alicia on that. Do you want, would you like?
So I believe that's listed under the administration report.
Okay.
And I think that
We'll get to that.
Yeah,
the deputy clerk can provide some more detail.
Great, thank you.
Oops. Well, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much.
Chief Smith will present the police department's report.
Trying not to knock a clock off the wall again while I'm moving, but.
Announce your presence with authority again.
Good evening, council, mayor, CAO, and deputy clerk. Hope everybody had a good holidays. It's hard to believe that the holidays were a month ago, well, almost a month ago now, so stuff, I know. As you'll see, the reports from November, we're a bit behind with our board meetings because of short in staffing positions in our board position. So it's going to be kind of a condensed report. I can't get into a whole lot of detail because I haven't had an opportunity to report to the board yet. And having said that, our calls continue to go up. I'm working on a year-end report for the board, which I have to do every year. And call volume for 2024 has gone up 17% in total, which is, it's a fair bit, to say the least. As you can tell, training continues to be high in these months for us. We've met our DOJ standards now where all of our members are trained to the level required for the year review. I had busy month with usual meetings. I will point out a couple of them. I had a meeting with DOJ on the additional officer program, which is our SKU position that we receive funding for. I also had him FOIPOP training as much as I didn't want to do it. I had to do FOIPOP training over the last few months. Very engaging with Dalhousie, so it's very interesting. The usual meetings, we had we did a coffee with a cop, which was the first time that it's been done in our area, and I don't know that many have done it in the province. I think it was a huge success. The coffee shop was jam-packed. Next time we'll probably pick a bigger location, but there was a lot of positive feedback, some things that we can work on, and then those topics will be reported to the board in our next meeting. 10 at the RJ, Restorative Justice, for those that don't know, their 25th anniversary, which is hard to believe, but yeah, RJ's been around for 25 years now. And then I had part of the NSL ETR year in review, so the Nova Scotia Law Enforcement Torch Run. And on that note, which I personally on my own page, I haven't done it on our police page yet, but and I've known for a little while myself, obviously, but I've been selected to go to Italy in the end of February to represent the Nova Scotia Policing for the Torch Run. So for the World Games of Special Olympics. So please check out my site. Please feel free to donate towards, sorry, I'm taking this for the opportunity. For Special Olympics, it's a passion of mine I've been involved with for many years, and there's really nothing more satisfactory to be involved with, in my opinion. But feel free to donate if you can. Our crisis navigator was busy as usual. We continue to work on our policing standards. And we've had a meeting on that, but I'll report on that next CAC. Questions?
Any questions for the chief? Councillor Baker.
If I can just extend congratulations
Thank you.
to you. That's some wonderful work. And I like to see that you've gone from cram the cruiser to cram the coffee shop. So that's
we actually went from cram the coffee shop to cram the cruiser.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we did.
Well
Yeah.
done.
Yeah, I'll report on more on that next month, but the cram the cruiser was very successful, brought back by the sheriffs, and we joined partnership with them, but it raised a lot of money. Yeah, it's great.
It's always great to hear that there's lots of participation.
A ton of participation. Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Savage.
Thank you, Your Worship. I hope this doesn't put you on the spot, and if it does.
Never been on the spot.
You can decline to respond. I want to go back to the Open Arms funding request and get a sense of your thoughts around that. Ever brief or not so brief?
Yeah, so we've had conversations, as if she's still here, Leanne had mentioned. We do find a lot of our calls that involve, I won't say the entire homeless population, but sometimes it's not a policing call,
I understand.
right? So, and those are the types of calls that we've been trying to work together with Open Arms to say, okay, how do we divert it from the police attending these? They're not emergency calls, for one, and realistically, not really a policing topic.
Okay.
So that we can take away, because as I mentioned, our call volume's gone up 17%.
Right.
I'm not saying that's entirely because of that, because our charge files have gone up significantly as well, right? So, so that's the first part that we've discussed in trying to work with those partnerships. I did mention to Leanne when I read her report, one of the issues that we see that we're facing is obviously we have navigators. So our navigator and our policing resources are now finding that it's hard to get that next okay, we know what they need, but we can't get them that next step, the next help to get them. So all those resources are being dumped on, and it's harder to come up with solutions than it used to be.
Okay,
There's a need for it.
for sure, yeah, yeah.
And as the CAO has said, it should fall under the province to pay for it. Yeah, it's tough, but I will echo what Councillor Hamilton says, is there's a lot of people working on the same thing, and they're not working on the same page.
Yeah.
And that's unfortunate.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
all right, thank you.
Okay, Chief, I guess you're
Good?
good now.
Director Bell, if you could present the engineering and public works report, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'll start with the Kentville Water Commission as I typically do. One of the highlights of our larger projects this year was the first year of the multi-year water meter replacement program. This year's phase is now complete. The contract replaced a total of 393 residential water meters in problem areas throughout the utility. And these meters will provide more accurate, easier to read, reliable meters for the next 20 years. That is they kind of have a finite lifespan as opposed to the previous mechanical meters that we could, that they tend to keep. We kept stretching their life out, and as they got older, they were less and less and less accurate. These ones essentially have a battery that's non-replaceable that stops at the 20 years. So you do have to budget to replace those meters. Essentially by year 18, you want to be starting to replace those meters before they basically stop recording. GA Eisner Consulting Limited is underway now with our water rate study, with an anticipated presentation to the Nova Scotia Utility and Review Board, the UARB. If and when they can, not if, but when they get a date before the board, which we hope will be spring, but could end up being late spring, early summer due to backlogs. So as typically happens in the colder weather sets in, the Water Commission and Public Works crews have been busy in December and even early this month repairing water main and water service breaks in various locations. They always seem to happen in threes, and we've had certainly that first group of 3 breaks. Still one service break up here on upper part of Church Street, just outside of Town Hall, that is an old, we're pretty confident is an old water service from years gone by. So not a water main, but something we're waiting on locates from a location crew to make sure we're digging in the right place and not in and around very, very old mains in that area that are difficult to shut down should we mistakenly hit the wrong area. Our team is finishing up the yearly report that goes in every year to Nova Scotia Environment. It's a very large report that highlights all of our testing and our parameters that we do throughout the year. The Water Commission staff have to collect samples daily, weekly, monthly, and even annually on a larger scale to report to Environment, and we have to record all the water pumped versus water billed and all that sort of thing to Environment. So that report is getting complete to be submitted within the next month or so. I have moving on from Water Commission, I do have a line item this month for Traffic Authority. So I haven't provided Council with a Traffic Authority update in a few months, perhaps even longer. So thought since there weren't a lot of project activities to report on in December's construction lessons, I would speak to some Traffic Authority items we are looking at or have made adjustments to. Crosswalk lights, as you all know, we have, I don't even have a number, but we have dozens of signalized crosswalk, the push button style, and then we have a few non-signalized crosswalks. So they are a huge maintenance item that as they age, some of the lights are either burning out more frequently or are finding harder to replace. So we're getting lots of calls, and we appreciate the heads up from citizens and council when we have crosswalks that not just the flashing lights that you see when you push the button, but the lights that are above that illuminate the crossing itself. Those older style, some folks maybe feel they're not as effective as the lower strobe ones, but the lower strobe ones, they're cheaper, and we're in the process now of installing a set over at the new crosswalk from Station Lane to Justice Way as part of the AT project. Those are the lower strobe. They don't illuminate the intersection, so they have some pluses as far as visibility and ease of installation, less capital costs, but not as effective at illuminating dark intersections or crossings. We have, looking at, I didn't speak to Chief about this, but we have a combination of fixed and portable speed radar signs. We moved and have moved the mobile ones, or the ones that can go on telephone poles, that sort of thing, around a fair bit, but those themselves are aging, and we have a couple of them that I've noticed in particular. One has lost its solar panel charger. These ones are not hardwired, so they rely on the sun to keep the battery pack charged and effective. That has one on, I guess, East Main coming down Wickwire Hill as you come into town from New Minas that needs repair. I noticed one of the ones, which is a hardwired one out near the school zone, which is a higher priority. That's a hardwired one. Just where would it be? It would be near Duncan on Park Street that catches everyone's attention, certainly for speeding in the school zone. So a couple of those I see are not working as they should, or not working at all. So those are things we're looking at more for maintenance. They're not necessarily traffic authority items, but certainly things that we hear on a regular basis. And again, ones that we certainly encourage folks to let us know if they see those things not working. We did make some changes to the traffic signal timing at Belcher Street, as well as the downtown one at the Aberdeen, Webster, and Main Street intersections. We changed the overnight flashing from used to switch at 7 a.m. from overnight flashing red to the standard signalized timing. That we've changed that. In particular for the Belcher Street intersection, we found flashing red at 6 a.m. Coincided with the shift change at the hospital, and folks, some folks don't know how to use a four-way stop or flashing red safely. So it may have changed some folks. I think the request years ago was to make it so that you didn't have to stop and wait for a light as you were changing shifts. But safety is the priority over getting home or getting to work in a hurry. So we've changed that from 7 a.m. back to 6 a.m. So at 6 a.m. it is signalized for the rest of the day, switching in the evening back to four-way at 9 p.m. Under projects, winter tenders, typically we don't do much of our tendering until capital budgets are approved, but in order to obtain the most competitive bids and the greatest interest from contractors, we will tender two of our large Investing in Canada Infrastructure program, ICIP is the acronym, later this month. The next phase of the AT project, which includes essentially phase 2 of what we did last year around the downtown business square, includes catch basin, curb and sidewalk replacement on the opposite side of Webster and the opposite side of Aberdeen Street that was done this past summer. Will be, as well as the underground storm sewer, stormwater management and water system upgrades in the first phase of the Donald D. Hiltz Connector Road. Plan to tender those both in January, closing in February. This will assist us in more accurately budgeting for these two large capital investment programs when we present the budget, capital budget later next month. And I guess finally, the update on the stormwater management plan, master plan. Our stormwater consultant has progressed well with the stormwater master plan, and they expect to complete the field work in town this week and then present the report to council in late February. And I guess that's the highlights of my report.
Thank you, Director Bell. Are there any questions for Director Bell on his report? Councillor Andrew.
Just, and I don't usually do this, but thank you. I have an understanding, I got into your head a couple of times briefly, and it's a scary place. And you've been very busy. And I know you've had a lot thrust on you, and all of us have come to you with all sorts of questions, and you've been fielding those very well. And I know you've, a lot of us were enjoying Christmas. I think you did a little bit of that, but I know it's never really stopped. And so I just want to say thank you, because I know it's been an exceptionally busy time for you.
It has. Thank you, Councillor.
Councillor Baker.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Director. I'm not sure if you can answer this, or this may be for the CAO. When those projects come up to replace the catch basins, curb, and sidewalk downtown, I know we announce in whatever way we reach the community that this might be happening, there might be detours, but is there any information that goes out to KBC or those businesses that rely on foot traffic when their sidewalks are ripped up?
Yeah. Absolutely. No, I'll field that, Councillor, I think, and if the CAO needs to add anything, certainly that I may miss. We met just last week, in fact, with Meg, is she the executive director? Is that her title of KBC? So Meg and Lindsay Young and Ahmed Kadre and I met with Meg to talk about the timing and planning for the next phase, excuse me, of the downtown. Certainly because it does affect the businesses in that downtown core. So I think this past summer's project went quite smoothly. The contractor communicated as best they could with the businesses, and we're going to work even harder to keep the comm lines open and the timing at the forefront for the business owners downtown. So yeah, we'll be doing, assuming we get the interest. It is that's why we're tendering it as early as possible to get best pricing and best interest. Difficult to get more than one or two bids for a project of that size. It's a fairly specialized work, and not a lot of small to mid-sized firms bid on that work. So we typically get one or two bids, as we only had one, I think, on the last year's project. The contractor was great. They did try to give everyone the heads up, and especially if a business only had one entrance, that they would work with them as best they could, either to plan a short closure or even some end of day pours to make their end of business time as short as possible, to have it ready for open business as usual the next day. There's always a few hiccups, and as we move into the next phase, I think working with Meg and KBC, we'll even have better comms this year than last year.
I'm so glad to hear you had that meeting. That's great. Thank you, Director.
Thank you.
And I will say, someone who's on the other side of the tracks, that last year that the contractor and the Public Works were great, because they were always very forward with what was going to happen, and I got to know all those guys, and I kind of miss them now. I don't miss all the chaos, but it was a very, very busy summer downtown, and they were very, very informative, and Director Bell was great too, if I had any questions. All right, I guess you're done, Director Bell. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
So I'll present the administration report, and then if there's questions, one of myself, Jennifer, or Alicia will do our best to answer them. We haven't heard back from the Housing Accelerator Fund. We had hoped to hear back in November. As I understand it, nobody else has heard back as well. So that's better than last time, when those that got started to get information and we never heard anything. A fair amount of my time on both ends of Christmas have been meeting with CAOs and the board on intermunicipal service agreements, specifically King's Transit and Valley Waste, and talking about governance and funding formula on that, and that will continue over the next month or so. Both Jennifer and Alicia have been working on the equity and anti-racism plan. It's mandated that we have one in place by the province by 2025. There's also been assistance, I believe, from Becca and from Roxy from Recreation on that side of it. Councillor Baker, you asked a question about the stormwater plan, and I know, Jennifer, you can probably answer that one better than me. I'll run through. Alicia has worked with Public Works to make sure we submitted the growth and renewable infrastructure development grant application that was talked about at council. That was the section from Prospect to Town Hall. It's a $1.33 million budget estimate, and we are hoping to get 50% funding from the province on that. As well, and a couple around the council table specifically, we'll be happy to see Alicia presenting the long-awaited minimum standards bylaw, edition 3. And if there's any questions of council, one of the three of us will answer that. So,
Are there? Yeah.
Do you want to just provide a little bit of context to Councillor Baker's question?
Thank you. I'm just trying to remember the conversations that we've had and what the order of the conversations in the project is. So the community climate coordinator and strategic operations coordinator and other staff at Clean, we've been having conversations with another organization, Coastal Action. I'm going to get it right. You're going to be so proud of me, Sophia. Coastal Action has a program that helps municipalities with stormwater management demonstration sites. And they were speaking with us about whether it might be a good spot to, whether Oakdean Park might be a good spot to have it. And the more we talked about that particular site and potentials for other sites, we are looking more closely at a rain garden type demonstration site for stormwater management at Memorial Park. We think it will be more impactful there, and we think that more people will see it and more people will start to understand what stormwater management might look like on their own properties. That's the purpose of this kind of a demonstration site. So we're still in the planning and the application process of the design work. We have to make sure that we have all the permissions and the utilities located, but we feel like we're pretty optimistic about it moving forward.
Thank you. Are there, any other questions for the CAO on his report? Not a one. Okay. I guess staff reports have been presented. They're part of our record of this meeting. I guess I would thank all the staff and directors for their reports and their attendance. So we're going to move on now to old business. We have a report here from Ms. Christie. Oh, on here it says Ms. Christie, but I guess, so we've already had the report, so it's just a typo. It's okay. So based on the report you heard earlier on the proposal, the application to Nature Canada for the town of Kentville to be designated as a bird-friendly town, we're going to turn that into a motion. So it would be that council approve the proposed application. But we've got to do that at council, right? This would be to send it to council. So this would be for CAC to recommend to council on January 27th, 2025, the proposed application to Nature Canada for the town of Kentville to become designated as a bird-friendly town. Someone could move that? Councillor Maxwell and Councillor Savage for the seconder. Is there any discussion on that? Ready? Oh, sorry, I thought you were pushing me back. It was in slow-mo too. Ready for the question. That CAC recommend to council to approve the proposed application to Nature Canada for the town of Kentville to become designated as a bird-friendly town. Voting is now open. And voting is now closed, and the motion has passed. We've got a second motion here that CAC recommend to council at the January 27th, 2025 meeting of council to adopt the common crow as Kentville's bird of the year for 2025. Thank you, Jennifer. If somebody could, Councillor Savage, and a seconder, Councillor Andrew as the seconder.
Fight over it.
Is there any discussion on that? I didn't think there'd be much because the Crows already won. So the motion would be that, ready for the question, that CAC recommend to the January 27th meeting of council that council approve the proposed application, that council adopt the common crow as Kentville's bird of the year for 2025. I've gone bird brain now, so voting is now open and voting is now closed. And the motion is carried. So we're moving on to new business now. We have the request from Open Arms. So we're going to turn that into a motion, and the motion would read that Council Advisory Committee recommend to the January 27th, 2027 meeting of council that council approve the funding for Open Arms for the 2025 project to reduce homelessness in Kentville of $14,000. If someone could move that. Councillor Savage, and a seconder. Councillor Baker. Discussion. Councillor Maxwell.
I'm just very torn about this because I don't like designating that amount of money ahead of budget. And I know that there is a lot coming up in our budget that we're going to have to deal with. I would love to support this project. I just am very hesitant to do so prior to budget deliberations and looking at what we need to get done and what we have left. So I'm very torn about this, and if we could table it until after budget deliberations, I would feel better.
Thank you. Councillor Savage.
Thank you, Your Worship. I guess, so I have a couple of comments around it, and I'll look to the CAO because I see the Director of Finance has left. Are there funds for it? Would we have funds in reserve? That would be my first item. And then also, I mean, obviously, you know, and I posed the question to Leanne this evening about have the other units given any sort of indication if they're receptive, and she wasn't in a position to say so. So I think it would, I don't know if that would amend the motion, but it obviously would be contingent upon the other units being able to support the initiatives.
So, to your first question, there wouldn't be money in the current budget, so if you did want to fund this project, I would suggest that you would take it out of your operating reserve.
Okay. And what would we have in operating reserves right now, roughly?
I wish the Director of Finance were here to answer the question. We're in the yellow on the provincial indicators, which means we're neither really good nor really bad. I think it's around $1.some million.
Okay. Okay.
And
great.
Your second question, the only discussion I had was with another CAO, and I would feel uncomfortable to bring forward what was said in that discussion. So.
Okay.
All right, Councillor Baker, sorry.
I think, thank you, Mayor. I think Councillor Savage asked my question as to whether there were monies available in this fiscal year. And I, like Councillor Maxwell, am torn about this, but knowing that they need an answer because the weather's not getting better. So I'd speak to support the motion that we refer it to a vote at our next council meeting.
Councillor Andrew.
I don't know what I can, how much I can say or should say, but I know that tonight there's going to be volunteers hosting 9 to 12 people. Like I said, I could probably just about throw a football over there. And so I read the presentation, and it's good. and all the observations are true, but almost every aspect of that is being provided by a charity with nearly 150 Valley volunteers, with 5 core programs, at no cost to the taxpayer. And it was one thing to not have it in the presentation, because Open Arms is not an official partner, I get that, but then to stand here with, surely there's knowledge that many of these services are being provided. And I just don't, like, it does come down to the fact that I don't ultimately, there's the counselor hat, which is, I'm not sure this is our responsibility. Then there's the fact that I am also a person who is aware of things that are happening every day with a large and diverse group of dynamic volunteers. So to listen to a presentation that pretends that there's a whole spectrum of things that don't even exist in the community, it's dishonest and it's disheartening. And I honestly think that part of the discussion is, yeah, let's see how we can do this, if we should do it, is I think honestly now I've got to ask somebody in the organization that I'm connected with to come in and do a presentation. So council is fully informed. Because at this point, this council's not informed. You guys are not aware. None of you guys have done an overnight this year. There's a couple people in this room who have and are aware of what's happening. So this is really dishonest, and that really turns me off.
Councillor Andrew, I appreciate your comments, but just be a little more cognizant of the language you're using.
Well,
if you could, I appreciate that.
I appreciate that, Mayor,
Yeah.
but honesty is a real thing.
Thank you. Councillor Maxwell.
Well, thank you. Just through the chair to Councillor Andrew. You've known about this, and you've sent council a letter prior to any discussions on it, which should be made public, and hasn't been. But I'm wondering why your organization and Open Arms aren't sitting down and discussing things together.
We've tried.
Then there must be a reason why that's not happening. And
Okay, we're gonna shut that part down. We're not gonna go there tonight. We have a request here from Open Arms. If there's any other discussion on that, if not, we're gonna put it to the question unless, I may make a suggestion, although I wasn't the one who moved this. If we made an amendment, and this, I would go to the two parties. If the amendment was to give the funding on the basis that the other groups were all in favor of their funding, and if they weren't, then we wouldn't provide the funding, if that makes sense.
I'm amenable to
And Councillor Baker, you were the second person. Are you amenable to that, changing that motion? In other words, if...
I can't see why not.
Okay.
It does add a more restrictive clause, and I guess what they're looking for is a decision either way.
Okay.
Sorry. They're looking for a decision either way, and hearing the reflection around this room, I think we owe them a decision. So as long as it doesn't delay the decision-making, the vote, I would support it.
Okay. So we'll amend that motion. That the motion would read that Council Advisory Committee recommend to the January 27th, 2027 meeting of Council the Council approved the funding for Open Arms for the 2025 project to reduce homelessness in Kentville of $14,000. I guess in principle, if there's 3 other units, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Berwick, Wolfville, and
Kingstown. And the County of Kings and Wolfville, yeah. Contingent, I guess, on the County of Kings, municipality of the County of Kings, Town of Berwick, and Town of Wolfville. I guess cost sharing or agreeing to the same proposal. Councillor Hamilton.
So can we table it, or is
Yeah, I think the problem with tabling it is that they want to have this kind of sealed by the end of the month. So tonight you're sending it back to council anyway on January 27th. So there's really no formal decision tonight. You're either deciding to send it to council to make a decision on the 27th, or you're not going to send it to council at all and it's just gone. Yes.
Can I ask if we have a vote on the amendment?
Yes, sorry. Yes. So Deputy Clerk's going to read the amendment and then we can discuss the amendment again. So go ahead.
So we have the original motion And now we've made a change to that motion, so I'm going to read the amended motion and make sure that we vote on that. That council approve the funding for Open Arms for the 2025 project to reduce homelessness in Kentville of $14,000 contingent on approval by the County of Kings, Town of Berwick, and Town of Wolfville agreeing to this proposal. So we've added that extra bit at the end.
You're still good, and Councillor Baker, you're still seconder?
Yes,
Yes.
and that's just the amendment. It's not, the full motion reads that we're referring to council for January 27th.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so any discussion on that amendment then, since Councillor Hamilton?
No.
Oh, you're just, okay, oops. Any other discussion? Okay, ready for the question. Do you want to read that question again?
So the amendment is contingent on approval by the County of Kings, Town of Berwick, and Town of Wolfville agreeing to this proposal.
Okay.
And if you give me a minute, I'll put
Yeah,
that up.
all right. Voting is now open. Voting is now closed. And the motion is carried. Okay, the next item is council conference attendance. Do you want to speak?
That was the amendment.
Right.
So now we would vote on the entire.
Okay.
So I can read that again.
Yeah, oh, I got her here. So the Council Advisory Committee recommend to the January 27th, 2027 meeting of council, or 2025 meeting of council, the council approve the funding for Open Arms for the 2025 project to reduce homelessness in Kentville of $14,000. And the seconder?
I'm sorry, I missed that. I apologize. I was into the next item. Can you reread it?
I thought we amended them. Why are we doing the first one if we've amended it?
So we did the motion.
Right.
So we read the motion, and now we've added to the motion, so that was the amendment.
Okay.
So we voted on the amendment, and now we're putting it all back together as the
Oh, as the whole thing.
full
Okay,
motion.
okay. If you want to
We haven't
formulate.
done that in a while.
Gotcha, okay.
So the full thing?
Yes.
That council approve the funding for Open Arms for the 2025 project to reduce homelessness in Kentville for $14,000. I think that's not the complete total.
No.
616? Thank you. Contingent on approval by the County of Kings, Town of Berwick, and Town of Wolfville agreeing to this proposal.
Councillor Savage, and a seconder, Councillor Baker.
Thank you very much.
Okay. We ready for the question? Okay. Deputy Clerk's gonna pop it up again. She's getting there. Voting is now open, and voting is now closed. And the motion is carried. Okay, we're now moving on to review policy statement G21. This is a request for decision that I brought forward. So I'm looking to either amend our policy G21 or draft a policy where council requests to attend conferences are presented to council in advance of the conferences and attendance is approved by council. Council expenses to conferences can be quite costly to the town, and while not always the case, sometimes it has been questioned if multiple members of council need to attend the same conference and incur costs such as travel, lodging, incidentals, meals, etc. It is my desire to see a policy either amended or created where the council member must obtain approval from council prior to attendance, Requests of this nature will be considered at such a time as council has received a report from the individual making the request detailing the nature of the conference, conference benefits to the town, and costs associated with the conference. Council will not unreasonably withhold approval provided sufficient funding is available and it can be demonstrated that the travel is business-related and will have benefit to the town. I believe, Deputy Clerk, you've got some other units there, information. It was in the package, right? Was it, or? Maybe that wasn't in the package. You shared it with me.
So we did, there's 6 towns that I usually use when I'm comparing the town of Kentville, and they are Yarmouth, Bridgewater, Wolfville, Truro, Amherst, and Antigonish. They're the larger sized towns in Nova Scotia, and we did reach out to a few. One of past practices in Kentville has been that if there was money in the budget, it will go to the CAO for approval. Generally, it would be council if there's money left over. So the RFD from Mayor Zabian is to, as he stated, to look at A, who should be approving, and B, process to approve as part of a rewrite of G21 administration. If council passes a motion to give us direction, council administration will follow up with developing a request policy that is in alignment with what the RFD is asking for. Does that make sense?
So let's put the motion on the floor and then we'll have some discussion. So the motion would read, the Council Advisory Committee recommend to the January 27th, 2025 meeting of Council that Council direct the CAO to review policy statement G21, conference attendance to include budgeting and mayor approval of all other conferences for elected officials. If someone could move that. Councillor Andrew, and a seconder. Councillor Maxwell. Discussion. Councillor Andrew.
If I could, through the chair to the CAO, just wondering about you mentioned other units in terms of practice, whether this is consistent with practices we see in other units.
Can't speak for all units, but those that I've been in touch with, it's generally conferences would be approved as part of the budget process. There may be, and quite often is, some limitations put on the national conference attendance and also NSFM. And then there would generally be a process if somebody wanted to attend a different conference as to whether they would be approved. Some municipalities leave that to the mayor, some leave it to council, but very few just leave it to the discretion of the CAO to say whether the individual can come or go.
I think we do have an ongoing a practice or policy with regard to FCM.
We do.
Correct? Yeah. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Maxwell.
Thank you. I didn't look up this policy number, and I'm just wondering if this policy deals with councillors' specific budgets, like how much we're allotted for each year. Does this speak to that, or is that a different policy?
That's a different one, if I'm correct, I think.
It's my understanding that that the G21 policy looks at FCM for the following year and kind of makes a rough budget for whether the FCM is in Calgary or Montreal or St. John's, and kind of makes a budget according for allowing 3 people to go to that conference. Mm-hmm. I think that's familiar.
Yeah.
It's
3, I think.
I think it's 3
the
people.
The mayor and 2.
Exactly.
Yeah,
going to FCM
okay.
and staff develop a budget based on where FCM is planning to be that year.
Right, but I'm wondering under what policy would it be that we look at how much each councillor has in their budget and the spending that happens with those? Is that in this one, or is that a different policy?
Generally, G21 does not touch on how the budget is allocated. That was past practice. I think currently now it's one amount for the mayor, and then it's $3,000 a year, I believe, for each of the remainders on council, where there seemed to be some concern in the past was that if one counselor chose not to spend their money, then it would be possible for another counselor
Yes.
to go on conference. But policy G21 doesn't really touch on that, nor would the new policy, other than there could be something in the policy that states that if you're over your allocated budget, that you would have to come to council for the approval. Practice, at least in the immediately past when I was here, was that they would come to the CAO and the CAO would make that determination.
But there's not a specific policy outlining
No,
that?
other than G21 talks about FCM attendance.
Right, but no policy that talks about counselors' budgets and spending and overspending and things like that. Well, I'll have to look into that. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Savage.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I too, like Councillor Maxwell, didn't review G21. And I apologize for that. I probably should have, that I would have been better able to speak on this. But I don't necessarily see that there's been an issue with it in the past in terms of, it's generally a part of the budget process. It's open to, X amount of people that want to attend FCM or NSFM or any other conferences of a different nature that might come up. I think we all have different lenses and we process differently, and I think conferences are very helpful. I think they make us better counselors and better equipped to deal with issues that come forward. A lot of networking is done there, and you can learn a great deal from other counselors and mayors and deputy mayors that attend those. So I don't exactly know what the next step should be. I don't know if it should be all in the hands of the CAO or if it just should be part of the budget. I know in my first term, I was, the council of the day approved me to take an executive certificate in local government through Dial. And I found that to be very helpful. I feel like at that juncture, it did fall with the CAO to determine as to whether that could be paid for or not. But then I think it went back to council for approval. So that's just my opinion. If it goes back to staff to rewrite G21, I'm happy to see that happen and come back for review. But those are my thoughts.
CAO?
Just to be clear, like G21 deals basically with FCM. A policy rewrite would probably look at all of the usual conferences and SFM, plus any counselor that wanted to attend a unique conference for a unique opportunity.
I think I'm going to speak to it because it was my RFD that nobody's questioning if conferences are good or bad, or if we should attend them or not. I think it was more or less, from my experience here, members would go on travel and we didn't necessarily know about them, and you would see a little snippet in a report a month later and there was no mention of it. So it'd be kind of, I think it would behoove most of us if we knew where you were going, what you were going to bring back. And I did do some research with some other units, and a lot of them do this, not a lot of them, but the ones I looked up, quite a few of them did have this kind of setup in place where you would come to council. You could, it could be an email. I don't know what format we would use. It might not have to be a meeting. And you would say, look, I'm going to go to this conference. It's going to cost X amount of dollars. Here's why I think I should go. And then council or the mayor can determine if it's a benefit to the town. And we've seen, to Councillor Maxwell's point many times, that we've seen a budgeted amount of $21,000 for, or I guess the mayor has a little more, but we'll say whatever the amount is for everybody, and somebody may not use any, and then someone else uses a lot more than over the 3,000. So that 3,000 is really just a loose number. That's if everyone played fair and everybody used the same amount. So I think I'd like to see something. I like to know where you're going. Personally, whether I'm up here or sitting down there, I'd still like to know where you're going and what you're bringing back, because it is tax dollars at the end of the day. That's just where my head is on that. So thank you. Councillor Maxwell.
Yes, thank you. One, final thing is, and I do agree there is some benefit to some conferences, and however, I do feel that we did have issues with this last term, and most of the public knows that we had issues with this last term, and I would like to be informed when somebody's going away on on a conference, and I think the public has the right to know what they expect to get back in return from those taxpayer dollars being spent. And so I think probably I will bring something back having to do with our budgets. But I think for transparency purposes, I don't think anybody should be running away to a conference without council knowing and the mayor knowing and the public being aware of what's going on. So I think all this does is bring transparency to what we're doing with public funds. Thank you.
And just to dovetail on that really quickly, the way that it's been done here, it's not that nothing was done wrong. It's just the money was there, the funds were there, so they would make their accommodations, whether it was through the CAO. That's just how it's been done here. And I'm just saying that we should probably have a more formal process where council's in the know. Councillor Savage.
Thank you, Mayor. I think in terms of like when we talk about conferences in a looser sense, like I think we all know what FCM is. I think we all know what NSFM is. I think we all get what the schedules are for those conferences and the topics that are going to be covered and those sorts of things. So, just so I understand it, if Councillor Hamilton wanted to attend NSFM, would the line of thinking be that she present and defend the position as to why she would want to go to NSFM based on the topics and how they're germane to her role on council? I'm just trying to get a better understanding. And again, back to what I said earlier, certainly G21 can go back and come back to us for, yeah.
Councillor Andrew.
I just wonder if it could be something as simple as an expressed intent or desire to do that, just part of a councillor's report. There's lots of advance time. So as part of that report, and then it's just a matter of acknowledging that, and council makes a decision from that place. It just there may be a genuine interest, but I think it is great. We're being forthcoming with it. And like you said, it was a topic of discussion, in the last council. So I think we can negate that. It's asked, and because if a councillor comes and says, "Yeah, I'd really like to go to that," and we're to say, "Well, what part of that are you interested in learning about?" and they don't know what the topics are or who the speakers are, then probably we wouldn't support that, right? So anyway, that's just a thought.
Okay. Guess, yeah, we ready for the question or? All right. The motion would read that Council Advisory Committee recommend to the January 27th, 2025 meeting of Council that Council direct the CAO to review policy statement G21 FCM conference attendance to include budgeting the mayor approval of all other conferences for elected officials.
So budgeting it's the last part that's ambiguous to me. Budgeting that the mayor would have the final say on it? Is that what you mean?
Yes, that's how the motion's written.
That the mayor would have the final say on it?
Yes.
That always happened anyway.
Wouldn't it be mayor and council that would,
CAO, did you want to?
But all I'm saying is, and I want a clarification around that point, but all I'm saying is, not necessarily you, Mayor Zabian, but you may have a mayor that doesn't like conferences, that doesn't agree they're a good thing, and then if that's the wording.
So I've seen both. The more common would be council, but I have seen where if you wanted to attend, generally the policy would have something around your usual conferences. That if you're going to attend an SCM, this is just for illustrative purposes, that if you're on council for 4 terms, that the mayor can attend SCM and each councillors would be allowed to attend one FCM, and then there would be something around NSFM if sufficient budget is available. And then if there were any other conferences, then that would require the approval of either the mayor or I've seen council. It puts the CAO in a difficult position if the CAO is the one that is approving conferences and not either the mayor or council for council. If it were staff, then okay, that's a different story. That's budget and subject to the CAO. So whichever way council would like to see it, that is council's privy. Does that provide any, or did I do this again?
I've spoken twice, I don't know if I.
You know what, I'm going to go in sequence here. Councillor Maxwell.
Thank you. I don't see that that's any different than what we've been exposed to the last 8 years. Nobody went anywhere without the mayor knowing about it. And so, you know, we can say, I think Councillor Andrew has a good idea. We could say in our reports, interested in going to FCM. These are the topics I'm interested in. This is what I think I can deliver back for the people in the town. And the mayor can write down X number of people have applied to go to FCM, and we can only have 3. And so the mayor may make a decision, these are the 3 that this time that'll go, and another time it'll be, you know, another 3 or another 2 or whatever. But the problem that we had was that the mayor knew who was going, but the rest of us didn't. And so I don't think that this is any different. Having the mayor say, "Yep, sure, you're going to the conference," and you know, I think if there's 6 people around this table that all want to go to NSFM, then we all say why we want to go, and the mayor says, "Yeah, okay." The whole council is going to NSFM. And, you know, so really, this isn't a change, it's just transparency, because we are now, as Councillor Andrew says, we are now declaring to the public, this is what I'm going to do, this is what I'm interested in, and this is what I expect to be able to bring back. And there's nothing different there than what I've experienced in the last 8 years, except more transparency.
Come back to you because Councillor Hamilton and Baker hasn't spoken yet. Councillor Hamilton?
So I'm a little bit confused.
Hold on, I think you're on. Go ahead.
Am I on?
Yeah.
I'm a little bit confused because I think you're trying to fix a problem. But before you said it was the mayor that was the only one that knew and not council. So I'm totally okay with it being transparent to the public. And you have to state that you're wanting to go to the conference with all of council, and then all of council decides. But the motion reads that the mayor decides, which is what it was, and you're trying to fix that problem, but now it's not council.
Nobody's fixing that
Go
problem.
through the chair. You know what, let's go through the chair.
Sorry, I'm confused.
All right, we're gonna let Solicitor Mattart has something to say, I think.
I thought perhaps I would take the opportunity, Mr. Mayor, thank you, to just make 2 comments. The first is that staff will always play a role because they're the keeper of your budget. And what I think you're really talking about is how the budget line item for conferences is spent, right? And if I might be permitted to make a suggestion based on everything I've heard around the horseshoe tonight, it might be to council's benefit, looking to ensure it has the best information when it makes a decision, to simply ask for a staff report on the issue without necessarily addressing the specific motion that's been put on the floor. And then the staff could come back to you and make some suggestions based on their experience and what others have done to try to address some of the concerns that they've heard here this evening.
Okay, Councillor Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree with Councillor Andrew that it could be as simple as a line item in a councillor's report saying, I've put together a budget based on my allocation and what I expect to get out of this. I've explored virtual options or other cost mitigation in order to get to this conference. And then it is reported on at the next report. So all this, you know, could be dealt with as an email. The difficulty I have is when it's decided through internal discussions and is declined. So then, you know, Councillor Andrew wants to go to a conference. He says, I'm planning on going to the conference in his report. Great, everybody knows about it. We know that the money is there to be spent or not, because that's the discussion that's happened previously. And then he reports on it when he comes back. That's pretty easy. But when it gets declined, there needs to be a discussion that is in the open forum, or not necessarily discussion, but a reason why. So I just want to add that to, as staff is building a new policy, if this passes through tonight, these are some of the things I'd like to see in it. You know, that we are doing this positively. It's comes across in a positive air, like, I like the word valuable versus costly, because what we're doing is valuable here. I like to see some stuff around application timing, the demonstration of value by the councillor or the mayor or the staff person attending a conference. And then there's recognition by the town of Kentville that we need to build capacity. We know that from our staffing, we know that from our councillors. And I was very appreciative of the deputy clerk's guidance in just saying, yeah, you're going to conference. Oh, okay. Or do you want to go to conference? And it's available to you, because that was a very valuable experience, and I've learned a lot since then. So if I can add those notes to what this strategy, what this policy might look like, I'd appreciate that.
Thank you. You know what, in the essence of time, why don't we take the recommendation of Solicitor Mattard and send this back for a staff report? Yeah, and then they'll come back at some point with what other comparable units do, and we'll go from there, if everyone's good with that. Yes, CAO.
We asked to have the staff report back by February.
Yes.
Otherwise, at some other point tends to become.
Yes, okay. We'll bring it back to CAC in February then?
Yes.
February CAC, okay. No, we'll just, yeah, if everyone's good with that and you've got your direction and, okay. You want to, you're done or you want to? Okay. You're not going home though, right? All right, so let's move on. So we've got Director Shoup, I believe. Or no, we've got Miss Christie.
Do you want to have a 5-minute break?
Do you want to take a 5-minute biological? You go ahead. We'll take 5-minute break. We're back on now? Okay, it's 8:22 PM. We're going to resume. We have a minimum standards bylaw presentation here from Ms. Christie. Floor is yours.
It's on. Oh, there we
It's
go.
on now.
Amazing. Thank you. All right. Good evening, everyone. It's good to see you in the new year. This evening, we're going to dive into the minimum standards bylaw together for folks who were on the previous council. This was in front of you in September of 2024, and that was a result of having community correspondence come in to both staff and council requests to look into this bylaw. And then in October, we provided that there was an update that we have been doing various drafts of it, working with our solicitor and reviewing other governing legislation as well. The biggest piece of why we started doing this is that our previous bylaw was known as Chapter 41, or our existing bylaw actually is known as Chapter 41, entitled Minimum Housing and Maintenance Standards Bylaw for the town of Kentville. And one of the biggest pieces with this was an update of language, particularly within the bylaw's definition, and just bringing it up to date. Really basic examples of we had still the words of garbage and closures, and it's more common to see waste right now because that encompasses like recycling and compost and these other things that the Incredible Valley Waste provides within our region. So the main focus again was a language update, making sure that it's not contradicting itself or other regulations, and then a big focus on what used to be called, or what still is called, sorry, this is the current bylaw, Chapter 41, what is currently called yards, but in the new bylaws proposed as lawns and grounds, which is common within other jurisdictions. And when I'm speaking, going through the bylaw naming, we see this very commonly in other minimum standards bylaws. I'm mostly in reference to the towns that Jeff also named before, particularly townships. You see minimum standards similar to ours in a township setting more than you would in a regional municipality where you have a lot more close quarter residents, particularly around the yard section and what it looks like within our community. So another key resource was the Association of Municipal Administrators. They do provide staff with this really helpful search tool so we can search bylaws from other jurisdictions very easily. So thank you to AMANS, and we've got the regional chair right across from us there, Jennifer West, so thank you for that. So in front of me, I have both of the bylaws, and within the report, you have our current bylaw, Chapter 41, as well as the current draft of Chapter 110. This is still undergoing some further revisions, like more on the minor side and making sure our language is correct and that it really isn't contradicting with some other pieces, and an acknowledgement that Kentville is a historic town. We have the heritage bylaw. We do have older buildings. So it makes it a little bit more complex than if we were to write this and build an entirely new town today. So when this comes in front of you in council, if there are minor changes between now and then, we'll make sure we have the redlined version as well so you can see where those small changes happen. But at this stage, we really want to bring you up to date as to where we've been focusing as staff. And if you do have major concerns at this time, then we can go back to the drawing board and maybe it doesn't go to first reading at the end of the month. So that's really the intent of today, to bring you up to speed on where it's at. And right off the bat, if you're looking at both the bylaws, the proposed bylaw does have a different name in itself. It would be just called the Minimum Standards Bylaw, and this was common across our research within Nova Scotia as well, just for bylaw harmonization for folks interpreting it. We do have what the bylaw oversees at the top and going right into definitions. So there have been multiple definitions added to the list and some previous definitions removed. A key example is alter. 5B on the previous one is to make a change. We took that out because it wasn't used in the bylaw. So those are some small examples of things that have come in. And some key pieces I'm going to bring in because it pertains to the lawns and yards that we've talked about before is some definitions around naturalized areas, standing water, dangerous or unsightly, vegetation growth, or lawns and grounds as well, just within the definition section. When you move further into the bylaw, we've added general obligations to provide clarity for folks interpreting the bylaw, but as well as for residents if they're looking at it. And we've also switched the general property standards to be in alphabetical order so that it's more clear to take in. And interpret, and you see right off the bat on page 4 of 12 of the new bylaw, the new proposed section of lawns and grounds that would replace the previous sections of yards, which was section 6.1 in the old bylaw, which only had one sentence defining what yards were in the town of Kentville, and now we have a full robust section within the new bylaw, and it does speak a lot to the dangerous and sightly premise that's defined by the province of Nova Scotia, and I do have the definitions in front of me of what that represents, which is many. So if we want to dive into that, it is a section of the MGA under I didn't print the entire MGA right now, but I can get that defined for you. But just pertaining to that part of the bylaw, and the big pieces of it are what we see normally of not having kind of that disarray or rubbish or things like refrigerators laying in people's yards. But then there's also a piece within this bylaw that is quite common right now. We're not alone in updating our minimum standards bylaw. Wolfville did theirs in 2020. Lunenburg is doing theirs right now as well. So we've been talking to them a lot and making sure that ours are kind of similar in some ways. And so one of the big things both us and Lunenburg have been looking at is the yard section, and a piece that you will see about across both bylaws is around the introduction of actually naming things such as pollinator gardens or vegetable gardens or non-conventional landscaping as part of the bylaw, and that the new proposed bylaw would not prevent participation in No Mow May. This is something that Lunenburg is looking at including as well within theirs. Furthermore, we still include pieces like drainage in the yards, walks, steps, driveways, parking areas, etc. The organization of the information has shifted, just so again, for clarity, again, as spoken to before, waste enclosures has been elaborated, and it is noted that waste can be provided on and off site, but as long as premises are provided with it. And then within the standards for the dwelling and dwelling unit, there is a lot of reference to the building code to make sure that we're not passing something that contradicts it, but that those pieces are really directed by the building code, whichever one is currently approved by the Nova Scotia government. But we did keep key pieces so that you as council know that it is still part of our standards, such as fire prevention. There is fire code that has to be upheld. We're not looking to contradict that. We just want to acknowledge that it is something we also expect to be upheld. There is a piece on pest prevention and control. We do acknowledge that there are a lot of older homes and older structures within the town of Kentville, so that section is really outlining that this is only an offense if they're present in the building if an order to comply was provided. Because as we know, especially anyone who's lived in rural Nova Scotia, there's little mice and critters who get cold in the winter and find their way in. But if it became a real hazard, there is a way within this bylaw to admit an order to comply. There's still pieces on walls, exterior walls, interior walls, doors, roofs, windows, etc. In section 22, where it reads porches, stairs, and balconies, we added the word decks to match similar bylaws as well. And we also separated some sections, so some pieces were tied together, and there was a lot of information under one point. Like it could have been, my brain's leaving me, but it was like roof, stores, windows, all in one, but we broke it down so it's more clear, and each has a section to reference. There's a clearer section for standards for the occupants who are within the building. And then we did a lot of work rewriting the enforcement, because one of the complaints we heard from both community and council previous is that it was unclear of what it looked like to actually enforce the bylaw. So what you see under enforcement, we see in Antigonish, it's very similar to Wolfville, it's very similar to Lunenburg as well, just around what the order to comply would look like, how it gets enacted, and within Kentville, there are some multi-players who could offer that order to comply, but it would inherently come direction from the CAO to an appointed person, whether it be our bylaw officer or building inspector, for example. So those pieces are outlined there, and this policy would only come into place if passed by council and would repeal the previous minimum standards bylaw. I know there was a lot of concerns around the dangerous and unsightly and what does it mean, and there is a lot of definitions within the MGA of what that results in, and various definitions are brought into our bylaw as well, and we did bring in the piece around dumping and different, that gets interpreted in the MGA under dangerous and unsightly in a few different ways, whether it's regarding fill or unsafe surfaces, or if it's been extracted from external and is causing hazard now. There's various pieces up into play. I'm not a lawyer, however, so I wouldn't be interpreting that to a T. But these are examples of what have been changed. But again, there's still some minor tweaks. We'd like to just make sure all of our ducks in a row as staff. But at this stage, we want to bring it to you to see if this direction is feeling aligned with what you were expecting. So I want to open the floor to see if there's questions or concerns at this time that we can really focus on between now and council.
Thank you, Ms. Christie. Are there any questions about her report? Councillor Maxwell.
Thanks for that, Alicia. It's been a long time coming, and it's wonderful to see that it's finally here. A question that I assume I know the answer to, but this would also not just apply to the owner of the house or whatever. It would also apply to the owner of rental properties as well. So we have townhouses and we have duplexes and things like that have been rented. And so the people in those rental units, I would suppose in the rental agreements would either say that they are responsible or the person who is the owner would be responsible. Is that right?
Yes, and if you look into our bylaw, there is a section named Standards for Occupants as well that outlines examples there. And furthermore, anyone who is renting, there's also the Tenancy Act and other things at play in the rental agreement. And from the Nova Scotia perspective, there are certain things that the landlords are required within that legislation, like the tenancy. And then there are things that are interpreted in that land lease agreement on whether or not the landlord provides a washer and dryer and whatnot. So those things go up for interpretation as well. But there is a section outlined for standards for occupants and names renters as well.
Right. So I'm just looking at some of the apartments and so on that are going up, and I notice in the County of Kings, some of the duplexes and so on, there's an awful lot of junk and garbage outside them and things like that. That would not happen in the town of Kentville under this minimum standards.
I think particularly with the more outlined lawns and grounds versus just the one sentence previously provided in yards. If you were having a situation, my example was like a refrigerator in a yard or something, there is more clear routes to acknowledge that and rectify that within the proposed bylaw.
Right, great. And under the dumping, 6B, the word refuse. What exactly are we looking at? Are we looking at brush and leaves and tree trunks and stuff like that under refuse?
This one is pulled into the MGA as well, so give me a second here while I search around. And this word is common in minimum standards bylaw, and I'm commonly hearing that it is sometimes very much up to interpretation. So we could provide a further definition than kind of that debris tends to be the word that you see a lot in the MGA, or the unsightly premises. So if council wants more solidified versions of certain words, we can dive into that. But right now that word would probably send us back to the MGA to find the definition within there.
Right, so to target some of the issues that we've had recently, perhaps we could tighten up on that word and exactly what it means.
Yep.
That would be great.
Councillor Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Christie.
Yeah.
I have 3 quick questions.
For it.
How does this compare to the bylaws that exist in Kings County and our immediate neighbors as compared to Yarmouth, Antigonish, Bridgewater, or maybe other?
In terms of our immediate neighbors, I actually look to Wolfville more, where they're a township just for this specific bylaw, where they will have like sidewalks and roads really tight in the neighborhood versus, I understand that those properties in Kings County that feel like they're in Kentville are an example very similar to ours, but majority of the county doesn't necessarily represent like a Kentville street, if that makes sense. like if you're driving to back Halls Harbor,
Mhm.
you're not necessarily going by the tight properties or sidewalks and streets and streetlights and all these yards that's my brain, I'm sorry. That sounds, not words, sorry, that are very tightly packed together. So that's why I looked more so to the townships where this is more common. And also because when searching like the AMAN's serve on it, that they actually have more similar minimum standards bylaws, whereas the county may have very specific bylaws, not all encompassing.
Got it.
If that makes sense?
Got it. Thank you.
And that seemed common in the regional municipalities. They might have one specific to lawns in this section of their municipality versus encompassing the whole municipality. So did that answer your question?
Yes, it did.
Okay,
Thank you.
sorry, I started to trail
Yeah.
off a little bit.
My second question is there need for discretion for timeframes around fall and spring cleanups? Because I know that Valley Waste has moved their cleanup weeks such that it's a greater period of time that those unsightly things would be
So
on the curb.
add wording regarding the specific fall and spring waste cleanups as initiated by Valley Waste.
Yeah.
We can look
And my
into
third
that.
question, and I apologize to council and mayor, what's this gonna cost to enforce?
Well, this might go through the CAO at one
Yeah.
point, but from my understanding, we would use existing resources.
So are
And
we
if-
talking about hiring a new bylaw officer?
No.
or-
No.
No? So are those resources not adequately used right now then?
I don't anticipate this taking a significant amount of time of either our bylaw enforcement or building inspection services.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Savage.
Thank you, Worship. Thank you, Alicia. I know this is, to Councillor Maxwell's point, it is a long time coming, and so thank you for the work that you've done on it. I know that some of these definitions can be open to interpretation, and I think that's just the nature of the beast, but you've done an amazing job putting it all together and reflecting what the MGA says as well, so thank you for that.
It is not without help.
No, I'm sure.
Councillor Andrew.
So in terms of enforcement, if I'm not mistaken, usually this is based on a call. Like we don't have town staff out running around looking for problems, right? So it's based on a call. As we delve into this and as we self-identify in this regard as a township, as distinct from the county, we also depend on the county for bylaw enforcement. So does that?
We do have a bylaw officer through KPS. That
Right.
would, it depends on the nature. If it's
Right.
building related, then building, if that comes back to that appointed person line within it. So it likely in things more so, and correct me if I'm wrong, CAO, around like the lawns and grounds or these pieces that we can use our bylaw officer, and we also have the resource through having contract services through Kings County as well.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Solicitor, do you have something you want to share?
I just wanted to say staff have dedicated a lot of time to this, and I have to fall on my sword because staff has been waiting to hear from me since my return from Christmas break, which was delayed because of there's an annual hockey tournament that my daughter's at. So I didn't have a chance to look at it in the few days I was back last week. So I anticipate it won't be in exactly the same form when it comes back to you. I wanted to make a comment about dangerous and unsightly provisions in the Municipal Government Act. In a nutshell, what you need to understand about that is that those rules look at the nature of the neighborhood. So the town has various neighborhoods, and what's unsightly in one neighborhood may not be unsightly in another just based on the nature of the neighborhood. So this type of bylaw helps ensure that the same rules apply everywhere when we talk about the unsightly issues that Councillor Maxwell was bringing up. Councillor Baker touched on spring and fall collections with Valley Waste. There's existing rules around that now, and the timeframes are very short for putting out your garbage, and everybody puts things out too early and is ignored. And so that's where enforcement comes in and discretion in enforcement. And so we have to be really careful not to regulate the same thing in multiple ways, because from an enforcement perspective, because it'll end up with the lawyer ultimately, it becomes a challenge. And that's part of the discussion between myself and staff is if something is clearly falls under the building code, do we want it here? And maybe we do, because some things in the building code don't apply today. It applied when you built or when you renovated. And so if you are implementing new rules that will apply regardless of whether a property is grandfathered under the building code, it's just important that you understand that, and perhaps even more importantly, that property owners understand that you are putting in place new rules that will apply even though historically they've been grandfathered under the same rules under the building code, okay? So those are the types of things that I think moving forward will be really important that you understand and that the community understands, because if there are changes, and sorry, when I say changes, if there are changes to things like the building code, as opposed to, I'm not talking about changes from old bylaws. Staff are working with a very difficult set of circumstances under the old bylaw, which wasn't enforced and is problematic in how it's drafted. That's all I want to say about it, because it's currently your law unless and until changed. So just moving forward, we need to understand that context, and that context can be important to those that you're regulating and to you. So just keep those things in mind, and hopefully when this final version comes back to you, it's nicely cleaned up and those things are evident.
Okay, thank you.
And I just want to clarify before we go too far that yes, we are waiting further feedback, but this is the third version we've sent back and forth. The solicitor has seen versions and updates as well. I just want to make sure that that's clear.
Councillor Baker?
May I ask a question through the chair of the solicitor?
Sure.
Mr. Solicitor, and thank you, Mr. Turk, for that. Your first point was about defining the neighborhood. And in my neighborhood, we had a definition based on what the developer put in for covenants. Because this is a new law and we're trying to redefine the neighborhood maybe, are those covenants now going to be enforceable or as a definition?
No, so this has nothing to do with that. So just Municipal Government Act prohibits dangerous and unsightly premises. And the Act defines that cars that aren't registered for on the road de facto fall within that definition, for example. And so there are some things that are very easily enforced. On behalf of other municipal units, I can tell you that we've very easily moved old cars along, because either the property owner moves them or the municipal unit moves them and adds the cost of doing so onto their tax bill. Very straightforward on many of these things. But other things, for example, the 30-year-old upholstered sofa sitting on the front lawn may or may not be unsightly depending on what part of the town of Kentville you're living in, right? Mm-hmm. And if everybody or several people in that neighborhood have those and they've been out there, then that's accepted, and somebody else puts theirs out, that's not unsightly based on how the courts have interpreted dangerous unsightly under the Municipal Government Act. So this type of bylaw will say the same rules apply in that area of town as that area of town, right? And can prohibit that coach out on the front lawn, mm-hmm. for example. Or somebody used the example of an old refrigerator. Those are things that you might see in some places. I honestly know of nowhere in Kentville where that's an example, which is why I used it as an example. But that's what this kind of bylaw can do, is it can put the same rules in place across town, whereas the dangerous and unsightly provisions of the Municipal Government Act may not apply evenly within the boundaries of the town.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's put that motion on the floor. The Council Advisory Committee recommend to the January 27th, 2025 meeting of Council that Council give first reading to Chapter 110, Minimum Standards Bylaw. If someone could move that. Councillor Savage and Deputy Mayor Kroll for a second. Is there any discussion on that? We're ready for the question then. It was moved and seconded that the Council Advisory Committee recommend to the January 27th, 2025 meeting of Council that Council give first reading to Chapter 110 Minimum Standards Bylaw. That's okay. And voting is now open. Voting is now closed, and the motion is carried. Next item on the agenda is the subdivision bylaw amendment report. First reading, Director Shoup, the floor is yours.
Just give me a second to get comfortable here, if you would. Not too comfortable.
I was gonna say.
So yeah, I have a series of 4 staff reports to go through. I do have some slides to look at, but I'll do my best to move through them quickly. There's some concepts and some higher level things that hopefully I can skip through as much as possible to keep things moving along. But if there are questions on any particular aspects of these bylaws or proposals, please let me know, and we can look through them at that time. And so the first of the 4 is to look at the subdivision bylaw, and that's one of the 3 planning documents that we could be looking at in a plan review, should we go that direction, but it's sort of one of the cornerstones of how we do things. And it basically, sorry, yeah, thank you. View. Full screen mode. Thank you very much. Yes, so the subdivision bylaw regulatory framework of how we subdivide properties. This particular proposed amendment is germane more to the larger subdivision processes that happen, particularly where the town is looking to take over services. So, and it's under the category of, we're looking at design standards that fall within this. So there's an engineering component to the subdivision bylaw on how we spec our streets and other infrastructure, and also an aspect of financial sustainability in this. And when we take over, and the sort of damage that can occur during the course of development to these different assets or potential assets. And I should note that I've been also working with the solicitor and the director of public works, and I'm glad that they're both here to help if I should stray on any of these issues. But won't go through all these again. Key to the report is moving one of the primary services, and that would be the final layer of asphalt that's applied to a street to secondary service. And this is all required, and the development officer is also implicated in this, where he's unable to sign off until these things are complete. And there's also an overarching theme that goes along with this, is where we have regulations currently, and we also have practices, and we want to make sure those are aligned going forward. So that's what some of these amendments speak to. Again, I won't get too into I'm going to jump over this a little bit. There's a second option within this, in the subdivision bylaw, where a developer can look to, is responsible for constructing all primary services, slow down a little, and defer secondary services. At that time, they're responsible for providing a performance bond of 120% of those services to be installed, and also a 1-year maintenance bond of 10%. That's all done through a subdivision agreement. So this is kind of the core of it right here, is that for multi-phase developments, or those which occur over an extended timeline, there can be damage to roads as heavy trucks and equipment are traversing the roadway or curbs and gutters. So if we tried to, as it stands, I should say, if we if we take over the roads too quickly, then we're on the hook to repair them as they go through future phases. So delaying that a bit is arguably in the town's best interest in terms of taking over roads that are at the kind of level that we'd like to see them. It's also in the interest of some developers to be able to take this forward for financing purposes at different times during their process, and that's one of the conversations I've had as we've been discussing this. So the proposed amendments seeks to delay the requirement for having that street seal coat by moving it to secondary services, taking out of primary, moving it into secondary. This means, again, that the town, when we take over the road, it's in a better overall condition likely, and again, gives the developer some options on when this can happen. We're also recommending that the maintenance bond be extended to 2 years, where it's currently 1 year, to help us offset any maintenance required to the street over this longer period. Okay, don't want to jump ahead yet. And if I may, Your Worship, David, was there anything else that I'm missing in that?
No, I think you've got it all there.
Okay. So there's also, with particularly this item and this next item, there's some context and history within the town that I'm not fully aware of as well, so we have some folks here that can speak to that too, but this is the basis of what we're looking to propose tonight for the subdivision bylaw. So if there's any questions on that, I'd be happy
Any
to.
questions for the director on that report? Councillor Savage.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you. Thank you, Darren. So is this consistent with what other like towns are doing? So that's part one. The piece that I'm looking at, and you sort of referred to it when you said the subdivision agreement is required in which the developer supplies a performance bond of 120% of the estimated secondary services, and then further the 1-year maintenance bond of 10% of the actual cost of the installation. And I think you referred to it in terms of the financing piece, like how that may impact their financing having to come up with those respective bonds. But if it's consistent with other like towns, I just think if it is, then I'm okay with it, but I think there might be a piece around the financing.
The short answer is many municipal units have only require the bond for 1 year.
Yeah.
But in my experience, I would be surprised if developers had an issue getting the bond for 2. The form of the bond is usually a letter of credit from the developer's lender, and it's in place for at least a year after all services are accepted. So in the town of Kentville, that's typically more than 1 year in any event, because there are services that aren't complete.
That's right.
So it's just a question of how many years it's going to be.
Okay.
Nobody anticipates it's only going to be for 12 months anyway.
Yeah.
I'm right in saying that, right, Dave? Yes. I felt confident.
Yeah.
Sort of like you, I felt like I needed to check over my shoulder.
Yeah, no, that's great. So thanks, and you've articulated it very well. So thanks for that. Yeah.
There's no other questions, so the motion would read that Council Advisory Committee recommend to the January 27th, 2025 meeting of Council that Council give first reading to amendments to the subdivision bylaw as presented in the attached report. Someone could move that. Deputy Mayor Kroll and Councillor Savage. Is there any discussion on that? I guess we're ready for the question then. It was moved and seconded that Council Advisory Committee recommend to the January 27th, 2025 meeting of Council that Council give first reading to amendments to the subdivision bylaw as presented in the attached report. Voting is now open. Voting is now closed. Motion passed. Director Shoup, you're up again.
So this is an item that's coming back to council. Hopefully this will be coming back to screen. It's on the curb and sidewalk charges bylaw. And the current bylaw exists it's from 2002. And I had a chance to review it, slightly outside of my field, but not entirely. So it was a good opportunity for probably fresh eyes to have a look at it and come up with some thoughts that we've presented here tonight. Again, I don't want to get into all the details with this, but I'll say I'll go straight to the bottom line. That within this bylaw, there's currently no established mechanism for a neighborhood to bring forward a request for an improvement. The petition, for example, is not mentioned. Costs are currently 100% charged to the properties fronting the improvements, the proposed improvements, and that the bylaw appears only to apply during the installation of a street. That's the language that's the way it's currently framed in the bylaw. So, sidewalks, the approach to sidewalks are mentioned in a number of town documents, including the municipal planning strategy, subdivision bylaw, the active transportation plan, and the accessibility plan, in addition to the curb and sidewalk charges bylaw. So the municipal planning strategy has language in there and policy for the establishment of new sidewalks and crosswalks to be considered as need arises, but there's no mechanism to actually implement that anywhere else in our documents that I could find. Subdivision bylaw, which we were just talking about, speaks specifically to new development. And as I mentioned there, the primary and secondary services are included within that formulation, and requirements for developer are well laid out in the subdivision bylaw. And the active transportation plan and accessibility plans both speak to more issues of connectivity and greater community, sort of more of an overarching approach to how things are connected in town, and sidewalks and policies that support that. So I mentioned in the report, local improvement bylaws are something that other municipalities use, and I have a lovely chart here that lists out a few of them and how they approach the issue. And I've highlighted kind of two important factors: ensuring that cost allocation is fair and encouraging community participation, and that speaks to the petition side. And that's perhaps where our current bylaw is lacking. I won't read all these, but these are also repeated from the report. And some key questions the council could consider when deliberating on this particular question. What types of first of all, should we financially support local improvements? What percentage of projects should be reported? Should there be an annual limit to how much funding is made available? There's calculation questions on here, the types of projects that could be considered, discretion over an improvement once it comes forward as a request. Should council be able to overturn that request? And that can be part of the language within a bylaw. And the last one was if in the subdivision bylaw, there's certain classes of roads that are listed as having sidewalks as part of the development. Should any consideration the council make sort of override that for a local improvement that comes forward on a local road, for example, that may want to have a sidewalk. So there's a whole series of questions there, which I said I wasn't going to read, but I did. So these are the various towns that we looked at for comparisons and kind of focused on two columns there, the format for bringing requests forward and the sort of math that goes into determining what should be a majority, what should be considered by council. And it ranges, town of Shelburne was 100%, which meant things almost never happened. But it's from 50% up to 75 is what we're showing here. Some towns choose not to go this route at all, so there's a wide range of options there. And then the costing format is everything from what we currently have, where the residents or the property owners are responsible for 100% to a 50-50 cost share. So again, a wide range of formats that are being used currently. So what we brought forward in the staff report are based on what was on the previous page. Basically, some of the ideas that were being used by other towns. So we're proposing a simple majority would be enough to bring a petition forward for consideration. A 50-50 split between the town and property owners and the town portion could be offset by other programs that are available at different levels of government. That's the standard that's in the MGA, is that you can go up to 10 years with these improvements and charging them back to residents or property owners. And that a new line item be considered at $250,000 a year on the capital budget side, I believe, to facilitate local improvements should they come forward in a given year. In the course of the report, talked about some of the costs of sidewalks currently, which are quite high. It's no surprise to anyone because all construction costs are high right now. But that's where I'll end it right now. I'll leave it open, Your Worship, to any questions that may be what we have here.
Thank you, Director. Any questions for Director Shoup based on this report? Councillor Savage.
Thank you, Your Worship, and no questions, just a comment. Just thank you very, very much for your work on this. I know this is something that was brought forward from the previous council to have a look at this, and so yeah, just thanks for the great works on it.
Councillor Maxwell.
Thank you. Director Shoup, I'm just wondering if, they get a road of residents get 50% plus one, but there's a number of people that don't want to be involved. Are they still going to be required to pay and be part of that because that's the majority?
That would be the case, yes, for all residents that abut the road.
And would there be a mechanism to make sure that that payment came in from those people?
There are mechanisms where we can enforce those types of payments for improvements, yes.
CAO?
So a betterment charge would be a lien against the property. So
I'm just thinking that could create some issues within a neighborhood, especially in this day and age of some people have and some people have not. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Kroll.
Yes, well, thanks for the report. Is this something that's come to the town, that residents on a certain street are looking to have sidewalks and curbs put in? I don't know. This is new to me, so.
Do you want, yeah.
I'm aware of the context, but there are people around
Okay.
the table that are probably better to speak to it.
Okay, Councillor Savage.
Sorry. Thank you, Your Worship, through the chair. There were a few citizens that had brought this to my attention in my last term on council, and I think the last time it was brought forward, it was more around seeing what other communities and municipalities were doing in terms of the cost sharing, 60-40, 50-50, or 100%. For the residents. But yes, this was a particular subdivision that was looking at having a sidewalk put in. Thank you.
I guess if I can continue.
Yes, sorry, hold on. Okay.
The budgeting of $250,000 per year seems awfully high, just because we have so many other infrastructure projects that need to be looked after. What if there were two communities or two streets that were looking for the same thing? They want their sidewalks or new sidewalks or whatever. So how do you pick who gets what?
I could speculate that council may look to have first come, first serve. There could be a number of ways of determining need based on safety, based on different factors, but there could be ways of determining that.
So could there be, rather than have a $250,000 insertion in the budget every year, could there not be as needed, that we know that there's something that's coming down the pipe? I mean, that's just a lot of money being tied up that may not be used.
If I may defer this question to the CAO.
So the director and myself didn't quite agree on that line. Thank you for asking the question.
I'm not crazy then.
Well,
maybe
we're
I
both
am.
finance kind of people, so, yeah. So I would say that you could consider a request at budget time. If you did proceed with it, there would be nothing. This is a large-scale project that really has 50% funding coming from the residents.
Right.
It would be something that you could look at a debenture for the 10 years over. You're going to get 50% back from the residents. You're going to get 50%, and then you're not tying up in every capital budget $250,000.
Exactly.
So just because you get an application for a street in September, doesn't mean that you have to do it in the current year. It could be considered at budget time and financing at that point in time. That's the only point that we had a little bit of a disagreement on, but I'm glad I wasn't alone on that.
I think for me, the concern I have is that we have a lot of streets and subdivisions that don't even have sidewalks, right? So if I, as a citizen, see, the town giving away a couple $100,000 to repair one that may need some work, and then I don't have one, and I mean, we take some of our subdivisions don't have.
So this isn't a repair of a sidewalk, this is the installation
The
of
installation,
a new
okay,
sidewalk
okay.
on a street that doesn't have a sidewalk.
Okay. All right. Councillor Maxwell.
Yeah, just, along the same line of thinking as, 50% plus one, and there may be some disgruntled people in the neighborhood. I'm also concerned that we have, when we go outside of a set standard for everybody, that we set up areas of town where we have inequity. So the people who can pay get the nicer look, and the people who are, not able to afford that, then that becomes more rundown. And instead of having a set standard for everybody, for our town, we end up building communities that are better than in some areas of town. And therefore, another way to depreciate property values within our town. And so I definitely have a concern about that. If everybody has to pay 100%, then we don't have an issue. But when we start saying, 50%, 50% plus one, then we set up where some people can do it, some neighborhoods can do it, and some neighborhoods can't do it. And I just find that that's an inequity that has long existed, but I would like to see that not happen and continue to happen.
Councillor Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. How would an area be decided upon to add a sidewalk? I think at Chester Avenue, and to me, if we did a traffic report, then we would know that Chester Avenue is in need of a sidewalk. When you have access to public facilities, you need a sidewalk, and we all benefit as a community from that sidewalk. Horton High School is in desperate need of a sidewalk up to that place. I digress, but the whole community bears the burden of a loss of life or lack of street flow if we don't have a place to walk safely or, exercise safely. So as a former corner lot owner, the burden is extraordinary on a corner lot owner when the entire community benefits from walking around that corner safely because it is that street. And I realize this has to do with adjacent streets and how they're graded and such. But I'm hesitant to start asking individual property owners for something that the entire community benefits from. So that's my point of view.
Councillor Savage.
Thank you, Your Worship. And the only way I can put this in perspective is just to refer back to the small group of individuals that had brought this to my attention in my last term. And for them, they had sort of gone on a particular street, and I think it was like 93 or 94% of that street wanted it. And when we had that conversation, it was, I don't imagine you're gonna get an influx of 94 or 95% of the entire street wanting to have a sidewalk put on it. I think it would be interesting to know, from neighboring communities or other communities that you've researched, like how often do people bring this to council to ask for a new sidewalk? And in this particular case, it was a small group of people, but they had gone out and they had asked the question to the entire street, and it was like over 95% wanted it, and would be interested to know what the town would be prepared to do, if it was 50-50 or 60-40, or they paid to a threshold of 300,000 or whatever the case, right? So it was just more putting it out there. I think every situation is different, so it would just depend on
what the situation was and how many people really wanted it. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. Anything else you want to add, or?
One of the,
No, I don't.
Or no,
Oh,
just
sorry.
come to the director.
we didn't look at how frequent these petitions are made in different communities. It's something we could look at. Speak to Councillor Baker's question about there's ways of prioritizing where it could be worked into a local improvement bylaw or an updated sidewalk and curb charges bylaw, where council and staff could come together and determine more strategically where these things could be placed. For corner lots, they do have a rough go of it in some senses, but there are also exemptions that can be provided for corner lot owners so that they're not paying twice for things that everyone enjoys, or at least the neighborhood more than themselves would make use of. So there are different mechanisms at looking at that going forward if we take this in a direction of making some amendments. And the amendments that we presented today were basically to get the ball rolling and to get the conversations going too. They're fairly conservative, basically pick them right down the middle of what other towns were doing, except for maybe the budget item, which is my own issue. But
So, council, where do you want to go with this? Do you want to table it for more information and see, yeah, I guess if the consensus is that anybody.
So was the council direct the CAO to determine the financial implications of amending them?
No, it was to bring these revisions back. Yeah. And I have it as one big motion with all those details in there. So if it's the purview of council to send it, to table it for now and send it back for more information, is that good with, yeah, you'll support that? And, all right, and
To do what?
to table it, I guess, and to send it back just to see, I guess my question would be how often that these requests have come in other units. Maybe that's a good starting point. Yeah. Oh, sorry, CO, you want to?
Yeah, I mean, if you're asking for additional information, we have to know what the additional information you're looking for is. So one question that was asked was, how often is this tool utilized in the other towns? I can speak to Antigonish, which is 50-50. I was there for 8 years as CAO.
Yeah.
0. Just for point of reference, an 80-foot frontage lot at $500 a foot is a $40,000 cost. That would be split 2 ways, and that would be a $20,000 cost to the property owner. The other side of it is if you go 100% on the town, that 80-foot lot costs the town $40,000. These are for local roads, correct? They're not for collector roads. They're not for arterial roads. These are for roads that are local roads that don't currently have sidewalks on them. So, but if you want additional information, we'll provide it. We just it needs to be clear what the additional information is that you're looking for.
Yes.
If I may just tack on
Sure.
to that, the road, and the road category, there's a variety of different road types that may lack, and this is based on the way things have been developed in the past. Sidewalks weren't always installed on the roads where they're now required, so there's some gaps here and there based on that.
Councillor Hamilton.
Can I ask a question through you to Councillor Savage?
Sure.
Where was the sidewalks that you're talking about, and would they have to pay for them? And that's 93% of people had to, and they would have to pay 50%, or that pay wasn't in it before? Like, they were just thinking that the town was gonna do it, and that was the 93%.
So 93% of them would like to have a sidewalk, and then they wanted to bring it back to council to see what sort of what they would come up with. Now, if this bylaw was the first reading was done and second and it was implemented and it was on our books as any other bylaw would be, that 93% of the people that wanted it on that particular street may not be 93%, knowing that it's going to be a 50-50 cost. They may or may not, right? But I mean, I think you have to start somewhere. It's like any bylaw that we have. Some of them are used a lot and some of them are rarely used.
Councillor Maxwell.
I'm just going to put out there again about establishing neighborhoods that are inequitable, and say that, you know, if a subdivision area wants a sidewalk on a local road, you know, and the road will take it, then I think it should be 100% cost on the people that live on that road. We shouldn't be paying for it because we can't pay for it in other areas. Or people in other areas can't afford to do that.
I'm going to just stop for a minute because we're conversing with the director and we haven't put a motion on the floor yet at all. So we've kind of entered into debate. Did you want to say something? I saw you.
The other piece that is worth being aware of, especially if you were looking at the town potentially paying for 100% of sidewalks on local roads, once you build it, you have to maintain it.
Right.
And we have a fair amount of streets that don't have sidewalks in town, so that's going to have implications for public works, snow removal equipment, and just, and staffing as well. That's more of a concern for me if you're looking at 100% of the funds coming from the town than it is on a cost-sharing ratio, because
I meant 100% on the property owners. They would pay for the sidewalk.
my comment was actually going to be made before you spoke, but I.
Okay.
All right, well, I'm going to put that motion on the floor and then.
Just before you go there,
Yes.
Mayor, if I could. The CAO, I had two things I wanted to say, and the CAO just touched on one of them. And on that, on the maintenance costs, I just want to caution you and suggest that staff might want to consider how many of those municipal units that they're comparing it to require adjacent property owners to shovel snow on the sidewalks, because many do. And you clear snow on your sidewalks for the residents. So your maintenance costs may be comparably higher than other municipal units, just something to keep in mind. Councillor Savage was my segue into really what I wanted to say. My primary thing is you're a young council, so I wanted to take advantage of that opportunity to say that from a legal perspective, if there's not a problem, I encourage you not to try to find a solution, because the more rules you have, the more administrative costs you're going to have. And some things you need to have rules around. And so if people are coming to you, sufficient numbers coming to you asking for rules, then that's perhaps a reason to have rules. And so I don't know. I've heard what Councillor Savage has said, and I've heard what others have said. And I really look to the CAO on this particular issue. But I really like how staff have brought this to you, which is, here are the issues. Here's some recommendations on the issues. Before we spend a whole lot of time drafting a bylaw, let's talk about these. And that's really useful. And but the overriding question is, once we've seen this, is there really an appetite for this regulation at all? Because if there isn't, you can save staff a lot of time and ultimately administrative time if it's not something that needs to be regulated.
CEO?
My challenge with that is that we have ambiguity. We're asked a question by a resident on sidewalks, and we really we can't give them an answer because it's not clearly defined within our plans. So when a resident goes to Councillor Savage or 3 or 4 and they have a question and Councillor Savage brings it forward to staff, we cannot currently give a clear answer as to how we're going to deal with these requests for sidewalk extensions on local roads. If you do have something in place, then at least you can speak to that. Whether it's 100%, as Councillor Maxwell has spoken to, whether it's 50%, which is sort of a hybrid of what we looked at it as examples. Sometimes it's at least, I don't have a problem having firmness in how we deal with these issues going forward.
Yeah, so from a legal perspective, just to be clear, from a legal perspective, without anything, it goes to budget. And if council doesn't want to fund it, but they might be prepared to cost share, then you need to have a bylaw, right? But otherwise, it's a budget item, and historically, the town only has sidewalks on certain types of streets. You've inherited some old ones. Academy Street's a really good example, but Academy Street once serviced KCA, right? So you understand why it's there.
CAO?
So I would encourage you to take your CAO's lead on that issue.
Yeah, it's 25 after 9, I'm good.
Okay. All right, I'm going to put the motion on the floor. We're going to put the motion on the floor. The motion would read, the Council Advisory Committee recommend to the January 27th, 2025 meeting of council that the Chief Administrative Officer be directed to amend the curb and sidewalk changes bylaw to include provisions to consider projects for new or improved curbs and sidewalks based on the attached report. If someone could move that? Councillor Savage, and a seconder? No seconder? Oh, Councillor Baker. Is there any discussion? We've all discussed out, but if there's anything else somebody hasn't already said? Councillor Andrew.
Well, I understand we have someone looking for a question, but to not go there, kind of, doesn't that automatically throw it back on it being requiring 100%? You know, basically, we're just saying, we're not looking at this, it's not in the budget, and I think most residents of Kentville right now would understand that we have a whole lot of really important things to take care of, and at this point, we just don't touch this. That's my feeling, which is another way of saying, if you want it, it's on you.
So I'll look to the director because planning is my weakest suit. But as it stands right now, could we have a scenario where a council decided that the requests come in from X Street and those are really good people in X Street and we'll put the sidewalk in on our dime? Is that within what's allowable in our current rules?
I'm not sure about the language of really good people, but I'm sure we're all, anyway. Can you ask that question again, please?
Because I'm not sure of the answer, and it really determines whether I agree with the councillor or not. Does the ambiguity allow us to use different funding mechanisms for different local streets based on
as it stands?
Yeah, so you could have a situation where we do 100% on the town for this street, and you could have 2 years later them say, no, it's 100% on you. And that's what I mean by having good, solid policy to speak to.
So if I may, so we're not, by doing this, we're not putting ourselves in a position of opening it up that we're gonna start on some of these projects. I'm just looking at it from the perspective, we don't have the space, we don't have the money, we don't have the, that's my fear in it, is that we would be opening it up and saying, now we're gonna explore what sidewalks we're gonna venture into.
So there would still be the requirement that the residents would have to put forward a petition for, with 50% plus one.
Okay.
They would have to agree to pay for 50% of $500 a foot. And then council would still have an ability through controlling the budget process and when the work is done to schedule it at a time that works for them. Okay. So you are putting a clear path forward if a group wants to have a look at it. But as it stands right now, it would be left to council to make a determination whether it was going to be done and whether at what percentage we would require cost sharing on, as I understand it.
Yeah, that's the ambiguity that you spoke to, and the solicitor mentioned that residents can bring forward requests of council for capital projects, but it becomes a budget item, as he mentioned, and that would be considered that way, in my understanding.
Councillor Hamilton.
So can we table this until after the budget time? And how long, if we table it, how long can we table it and then have the discussion after we've went over budgeting
Until
stuff?
we bring it back on the table. Until you're hungry again for it, it can sit there.
No, but doesn't it have to sit on the table and then
No,
we
we can
discuss
just
it in a
leave it
certain
there.
timeline?
No, we can leave it there the budget will be deliberated before then anyway, so.
Yeah, okay. Can,
You want to make
But-
a
yeah,
motion
I wanna
to
make a
table
motion to
it?
table
Somebody
it.
support that?
You have a motion on the floor.
We do. So let's complete the motion. Sure.
Yeah, I just want to ask the director, right now, as it stands, the town of Kentville only puts sidewalks on major collector roads, is that right? And arterial roads?
If there's a new development,
Yes.
I might ask Dave to help support this one.
It's basically everything except local roads.
Except local roads.
So minor collectors, as an example, is Acadia Drive. So we brought back in, I think it was 2023, that I think that Kirsten Duncan brought back to the language to reinstate that requirement for for major and minor collector roads, of which the only example I can think of in a subdivision really is Acadia Drive. The rest of the streets in that particular subdivision are all local streets. Dalhousie, St. Mary's, McDonald Park, they're all local roads and don't require sidewalks. That came up because at the time that developer was looking to extend Acadia Drive.
Right, I remember that.
All that, and went to the UARB and everything. So the reason we brought it forward and brought it back into being was when that street gets extended, and it will at some point, whether it's by that developer or someone else, they will be required to put a sidewalk on that street.
Right.
We're on the hook now to put it back on Acadia Drive at some point in the future. Not put it back, put it on the existing part of Acadia, which will be very expensive. It's probably triple the cost to do a sidewalk
Right.
after the fact than it is during. So there's existing driveways and light standards and shrubs.
So when that road gets longer, then the developer puts the sidewalk
On
in.
anything beyond what's built today. And
Okay,
we as
so-
a town and tax base will have to do that as a capital, probably a two-year
Right.
phased improvement to a local road, or I keep saying local, it's getting late, minor collector.
Right, so local roads.
Belcher
we-
Street,
we don't
sorry.
do.
Yeah, Belcher Street or Chester, as Councillor Baker mentioned, those are collector roads. They have sidewalks now on minimum of one side.
Right.
Arterials require them on two sides. When we build the Hills Road, it'll have an AT component on at least one side, maybe even a trail by the mountain bike folks on the other side.
Right.
A big right of way. So I don't want to
Right.
add to the question, but that's the.
No, so what I'm thinking is, we already have policy that directs where the sidewalks go.
Correct.
And if we're looking at local roads, if somebody wants a sidewalk on a local road, which we don't build sidewalks on, then it would make sense to me that that would be 100% their cost and maintenance if they want to put it there, not 50% plus one. That's where my head is. We have a policy on sidewalks.
Okay, so you ready for the question? Oh. The motion was the Council Advisory Committee recommend to the January 27th, 2025 meeting of council that the Chief Administrative Officer be directed to amend the curb and sidewalk changes bylaw to include provisions to consider projects for new or improved curbs and sidewalks based on the attached report. Voting is now open. And voting is now closed. Voting is closed. Motion has failed. Director Shoup, you're back again. You're
Okay.
still there. You're gonna talk really fast now, right?
Do my best. So the next item is, as I mentioned in the earlier stages of this meeting, a development agreement that's come forward from Vita Living. And let me get caught up with my slides. Yeah. Are you able to? Not yet. So The main purpose of this presentation, typically, from what I'm familiar with other municipalities, is that it wouldn't come forward to council at this point. There would be a public participation meeting, and I can't remember what the second thing is, but I'll get there. Well, it'll catch up with me in a minute. But there's some items that come first before it comes back as a full report to council. So this is a little unusual in the sense that it's coming at this point, but with a new council, with where development agreements are fairly, not a new concept, but maybe not that familiar a concept or frequent of an application, it would be good to bring it forward now rather than hear me talk about it in the future as something that's already moved along without you knowing anything. So the purpose is to introduce as well as confirm the process for taking this forward. So speaking not as quickly, but as efficiently as I can. So it's an interesting project in the sense that, going the wrong way, it overlaps the border with the county. So we're looking at approximately 25 units within a 56-unit proposed development. On our side of the line is development agreement. They're going forward with a development agreement application on the King side. It's a different format. So it requires some coordination with the county in terms of how servicing is considered, stormwater plans, so that making sure that it's all well integrated. Some subdivision questions because they're looking to consolidate the lots. But this is the location, northern part of town. We've got some landmarks there, Foodland Valley Community Learning Association, slightly northwest of Oakdean Park. I'm not going to go through that. We have enabling legislation from the MGA, which is followed up in our municipal planning strategy. And apologies for anyone trying to read this. I'm going to move quicker. Which allows council to consider development agreements. A couple of implementation policies. This sets out a set of criteria that needs to be considered for any development agreement. And this particular one allows council to ask for more information if they're not satisfied with what they're seeing in IM 11 and that set of criteria. So that's been listed out in the staff report. Who will be responsible reviewing it in the future? There's also reference in the land use bylaw with this. And the new term that came up with the most recent set of amendments to the planning documents was around the multi-unit dwelling community, which was left undefined at that time. We've proposed a definition for it. It brings in the sense that it's more than just residential buildings that are proposed for one or more than one lots adjacent, that there's some sort of community amenities that are proposed within the development that allows it to be considered a multi-unit dwelling community. So this is what we're floating at this point. This term could perhaps be brought into a development agreement and used as a precedent moving forward that we could then come back and update the land use bylaw within the future. So currently designated residential on 2 IP IDs. And I should have mentioned the streets, Heartland Court, Oakdean Avenue are the kind of the nexus for this area. Zoning map, it's zoned R4, high density residential. And this is the concept plan that they brought forward to date. These are the types of units. Rather than try to describe them, I'll show them. So they're looking at 3 different units on the site. It's sort of a novel concept, certainly in town. Invita Living went through a large design competition to arrive at this particular concept. They're looking to make these affordable units, sustainable units as well. And what will happen at a PPM is that the developer will come in and do their own presentation rather than me acting on their behalf, which is preferred. I'm usually just talking about policy and zoning for these things and how they fit into the bigger scheme for the town. But this is the kind of format that they brought forward to date. Again, the public process will help inform the developer as well if they want to make changes to this concept before taking it further in a development agreement. So the proposed timeline for this, we're here tonight on 13th, of course. We're looking to have a public participation meeting scheduled in the near future. We put out February 4th. It needs to have enough time to be advertised properly. A very confident timeline to get it between that and a draft development agreement. Usually they go back and forth between the two parties before it comes forward to council to make sure that all the terms and conditions are to your satisfaction before moving forward with it. So it would come to the, if all, these are all anticipated dates beyond here, February 10th, CAC, so next month, with first reading later in February, onto a public hearing, which is required as a development agreement is basically creating a new bylaw for the town. So it follows, based on the provincial guidelines, the same format as updating a land use bylaw or amending land use bylaw, which requires a public hearing. Second reading, notice of approval, and then an appeal period at the end of it. So yeah, in keeping it simple, Mayor, maybe I'll let you take it from here. This is where we get to the actual recommendation part, and that's the general synopsis.
Okay. Any questions for the director on this process? Councillor Savage.
Thank you, Your Worship. So, Darren, when you say the development agreement is creating this development agreement would be creating a new bylaw, and I mentioned this to the mayor earlier today when we were chatting just quickly on this. So I have my MPS, my LUB, because I always reference them and mark them up. But and I couldn't find it in either one of them. But I thought in order for a development agreement to be applied, there was only three things that you could do a DA for, and it was three really weird things. Like one was if there was a does that mean, sorry.
They're unusual, yes.
Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
It was three really odd things, and I couldn't find them in either one of these.
Do you have the most updated versions?
Yeah, these would be the most updated versions.
Post-October, so that
Yeah.
with the October amendments, we've added a category for development agreements which considers, remember the term was, it gives the developers the discretion to use development agreement for certain types of applications, the multi-use community, multi-unit, thank you.
Okay, as
was one of
opposed to
those.
site plan approval.
Do you have that in reference?
I have the three that were prior to the amendment. I was allows the multi-unit community.
Ben, can you go to the mic?
Yeah, can you
Yeah,
come up?
sorry.
Oh, thanks. And I apologize, this isn't the process, but I think it kind of relates to the process.
After 4 hours, I get to talk.
Yeah, really.
Councillor Savage, what you were referring to, so previously there were three proposals that council would allow to consider going to a development agreement, and they're very short, so I'll just read them. A, mini home parks.
That's right.
In the R5 zone, which is the large lot zone, so
Yeah.
not R1, R2, R3, R4, but the R5. B, the change in use of a non-conforming use of land or non-conforming use in a structure to another non-conforming use, so very specific.
Yeah.
And then C, the expansion, enlargement, or alteration of a non-conforming structure.
Okay.
So those were the only three abilities or pathways to go into a DA until October of 2024, where now at the discretion of the developer, they can now enter a DA for the proposal of a multi-unit community. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, that's all. Okay, thank you.
So now there's four. So it was those three
Yeah.
plus
yeah.
the multi-unit community.
Okay, and that change was made in October 2024 through the C&D recommendations that was kind of affiliated with the, yeah,
Correct.
gotcha. Okay, beautiful, great, thank you.
Okay, I guess there's no more questions. The motion would read, the Council Advisory Committee recommend to the January 27th, 2025 meeting of council that council direct the CAO to schedule a public information meeting on February 4th, 2025 regarding a development agreement for Vita Living Developments. Somebody could move that? Deputy Mayor Kroll and a seconder, Councillor Maxwell. Is there any discussion on that? Councillor Maxwell.
Well, thank you. Director Shoup, our map is just showing the Kentville part of this project, right?
Mhm.
The county would be kind of in the white area behind.
Let me get there quickly.
I'm looking at brown, yeah, the brown map.
Okay, you want the brown? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, to the north of that.
To the north of that, that's right.
The continuation of that property.
Okay, right. So I've been down in this area, and I'm wondering, I think a development agreement would be good here. And the reason I think it would be good is because that's a lot of units in a not huge area. And I'm wondering, and I think we can kind of dictate, but the county should have another exit and entry point put in there, because there isn't right now, right? And to have them all come out and down Heartland Court and onto Oak Dean, I think would be a concern. So I think us having a development agreement would be a good way to go about doing that, so that we have some say, yeah.
Thank you.
And so
Councillor.
thank you for bringing this. Yeah.
So the intention is that this is actually a driveway, an internal driveway,
Yeah.
which has an access on the Oak Dean side as well as Heartland Court. So there'd be like a crescent within what they're proposing.
Right, so we'd have two entries.
That's
and-
right.
Yeah, that's great. And one of those would be on the Oak Dean Avenue side of the county.
The county side, yeah.
Yeah, perfect. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay, I guess no more discussion on that. Are you ready for the question? It was moved and seconded that Council Advisory Committee recommend to the January 27th, 2025 meeting of council, the council direct the CAO to schedule a public information meeting on February 4th, 2025 regarding a development agreement for Vita Living Developments. And voting is now open. Voting is now closed, and the motion is passed. Okay, we now have a report on establishing a planning advisory committee. And you're here still?
I'll go.
This was a good warm-up, right?
We'll kick them out after this one.
So sorry, yeah. Please. So we're proposing the establishment of a planning advisory committee for the purpose of the following, so that's to enhance public engagement, ensure transparency, support some of the strategic goals that we're looking to establish, to build relationships. It brings in a different group of people into the conversation where there are non-council members present, and to monitor development trends. Their main roles are these. I won't read them all. If anyone has any questions or wants me to elaborate, please let me know. They have I don't want to gloss over it too much. Sorry, did you?
Yeah, I mean, for the sake
Okay,
of
I
a
will
minute or
take the
two, you
time.
probably should make
Thank you.
sure that we're
Thank you for slowing me
providing
down.
good information to council.
So the main roles and the benefit of having a planning advisory committee is to review, they would be the first step in reviewing planning applications. They'd be the first set of eyes on it. To advise on policy development, and if we're talking about secondary plans, if we're talking about plan reviews, they could be incorporated into that process. To promote sustainable growth, again, making sure that the applications that are coming forward, the thoughts on policies and regulations fit within the greater picture. To provide expert insights depending on who you recruit for your quote-unquote civilian members of the committee. They may come from a variety of technical fields, which may be helpful in how council considers projects going forward. Act as a bridge between stakeholders. So relationship building, I mentioned earlier in the report, is huge to what we're trying to do in terms of creating a development climate for the town that encourages growth and appropriate growth. So they're important to that. That's also in keeping with fostering collaborative solutions, so being able to work together with different groups. And they offer a how do I word this, political lens to come into play, which is important sometimes. Political is important too. And overall, to improve land use management by, again, all those other items that are brought. to bear. So we had a look at some other units, some of the usual offenders in terms of towns, how the committees are made up in terms of the ratio of council representatives to members at large. It's usually a 3 to 4, can go one way or the other. Town of Yarmouth is probably the exception there. Bridgewater doesn't currently have a planning advisory committee, which is also of note. But for the most part, it's between 3 and 4. And the recommendation we put in the report was to, if I can remember it now, the recommendation was to have 3 council members and 4 at-large members brought in to serve on that committee. So happy to take any questions on this proposal.
Any questions for the director? Councillor Baker.
Thank you, Director. Losing my voice. How would establishing the PAC eliminate redundancies on other committees, or what would this take in? Because I've seen on those other towns, they include heritage, they include a number of other things.
Heritage is one that I've seen here and there. The value of having a dedicated planning advisory committee is that there's a greater opportunity to discuss issues. As long as some of these meetings take, they're wholly dedicated to talking about planning applications as they go through, and it just gives a greater opportunity for deliberation and consideration of different matters going forward. So I think that's it takes some of the work away from this committee, and it would transfer it over to the PAC. So there's a little bit of that benefit in that.
CEO?
I think he touched on it at the end. A lot of it is that right now we duplicate because we have CAC functioning as a PAC.
Mm-hmm.
So you have your public participation meeting that all of council has to go to. And that PAC takes a lot of the responsibility away from CAC on that side of it. It becomes a committee of council.
Would there be any other committees, Chair, like Heritage that would be then included in PAC? What's the vision?
The concern, and Darren, Director Shoup is now 10 to 10, so he's soon going to become Darren. We had that discussion, and the concern is on Planning Advisory Committee, you really want a good cross-representation of community. You may want somebody that represents the business community, somebody that's young family, somebody that has ties to Old Kentville and I don't know, a real estate agent. We'll pick the fourth. On Heritage, they tend to be more looking at what has happened in the past and protecting what's in the past. So you don't want to have your Plan and Advisory Committee to be like, that is the concern that I have, is planning tends to be, and it's important to make sure that we maintain and keep what we have in the past, but Plan and Advisory, you really want a cross-representation in those 4 positions of what is your overall community. So,
just as a follow-up then, how would the councillors be allocated, Mr. Mayor?
That'll come after. We'll establish the committee, and then it'll come before us, and
okay,
you can nominate yourself, or we'll vote on that as time progresses. Councillor Hamilton?
I think this is one of the things that I remember over the campaign that I heard over and over with all the development agreements and properties that were coming forward. And this was one of the things that you said over and over that you were wishing that we had. And so I was looking forward to this coming forward, and I think that this is going to be a good thing. I like to have the 4 people, or even 5, like the 4 and 5 mix, or I just think it's great to have members of the public on that.
Okay, I guess we're ready for the question. It has been moved and seconded that Council Advisory Committee recommend to the January 27th meeting of Council that Council approve the launch of a Planning Advisory Committee for the town of Kentville. You know what, we didn't. If somebody would move that, Councillor Savage and Councillor Andrew. It's too late for me. Is there any more discussion on that? There shouldn't be, but is there any more discussion on that? I think we're all discussed out. So we're going to go right to the question. It has been moved and seconded that the Council Advisory Committee recommend to the January 27th, 2025 meeting of Council that Council approve the launch of a Planning Advisory Committee for the town of Kentville. Voting is now open. She's open. Voting is now closed, and the motion is passed. Thank you very much, Director Shoup. No, I don't have it. Okay, our next report is the active living strategy, and we've got Ms. Craig here. Yes.
Just thank you for sitting through 4 hours of council agenda items to present. Appreciative of your stick-to-itiveness.
No worries, I'm happy to be here.
Really?
Display. How do I put this on? Oh yeah, no, I got it. Yeah, all right. I'm good. All right, perfect. Thank you, Mayor, Council, CAO, and community members that are still with us for having me here this late tonight. As Kentville's Active Living Community Coordinator, my role is about more than just promoting physical activity. It's about fostering a healthier, more vibrant community where everyone has equitable access to recreation and opportunities to thrive, all while supporting environmental stewardship and active transportation. As the lifespan of the Kentville's 2018 to 2022, I'm going to put this slightly down. Hold on one second. Thank you. Active living strategy came to an end. I joined the Parks and Recreation team with the opportunity to reimagine what's next for our community. Over the past few years, I have worked closely with our residents, community partners, other municipal departments, and the province to identify the diverse needs and challenges that we face. Together, we've created a renewed framework to support a healthy, active, and resilient Kentville. Tonight, I'm going to walk you through quickly the way in which we arrived here today, how what we have accomplished, and the vision and action plan for the renewed 2025-2030 active living strategy. So just going back into a little bit of the history to lay the foundation for where we're going from here. In 2008, the town of Kentville entered into an agreement with the province of Nova Scotia under the Municipal Physical Activity Leadership Program, or the MPAL program. Since its inception in 2006, the program has significantly expanded across Nova Scotia's municipal units and First Nation communities. This partnership has allowed Kentville to access qualified leadership and a shared vision for creating physical environments and social environments where physical activity is accessible, inclusive, and a part of daily life. So I'm going to call myself an MPAL, just for the context of this presentation. MPALs play a vital role in fostering active communities for building social supports, enhancing physical environments, and daily movement promotion. In Kentville, this has translated into impactful initiatives such as the Unstructured Play, or UP program, the development of extensive active transportation networks, and the Active for Life program, all of which have contributed to creating a healthier, more connected community. In 2013, Town Council approved the 2018-2022 Physical Activity Strategy, and that focused on using physical activity as a tool for community engagement and promoting social inclusion. The Active Living Community Coordinator's role centered primarily on active transportation, planning and implementation mostly, addressing the impacts of the pandemic on recreation and other social disparities, also applying an EDIA, or Equity, Diversity, Inclusion, and Accessibility lens across all of our work. Here are just a few things that we've accomplished. I've listed a ton of things up on the slides, but I really wanted to focus on a couple of key points of the big wins in our different portfolios. Improving connectivity across our trail network was one. The second is engaging over 35 community partners to amplify feedback and create more action aligned with what our goals are within our community. We've also designed new inclusive programs informed by direct community input and secured a lot of matching funding to implement the full AT plan that is due to be implemented by 2028. These achievements are the foundation of our ongoing efforts to make Kentville a healthier and more accessible place to live. So, to ensure that our next phase of work reflects that evolving need that we see within Kentville, I decided to go back to the experts to see how best to move forward in the goal of improving and advancing the well-being of individuals, communities, and the built and natural environments in Kentville. I consulted a variety of frameworks at global, national, provincial, and municipal levels, including the global status reports on physical activity and the 8 investments that work for physical activity, Canada's Framework for Recreation, and the Let's Get Moving Nova Scotia framework. Locally, our own policies like the AT plan and accessibility plan, along with community consultations and surveys, those all provided really critical insights that reaffirmed the need for coordinated, collaborative action that aligns with the broader goals of well-being and accessibility. So community engagement really is at the heart of this work. Meaningful engagement ensures that the programs, policies, and infrastructure that we develop reflect the diverse needs and aspirations of our residents. And by actively listening and collaborating with the community, we can identify the barriers, uncover opportunities, and co-create solutions that are inclusive, equitable, and sustainable. And this ongoing dialogue strengthens the trust, fosters partnerships, and ensures that our work has a lasting and meaningful impact on the well-being of our Kentville residents. On top of the literature review that I just went over, there were 3 key engagement models that we used to further collect information specific to our residents' needs. So the first engagement model involved provincial and municipal surveys. Surveys revealed primarily a strong desire for flexible, non-competitive activities, and particularly those that integrated and promoted social interaction opportunities. That's unsurprising. The second is community feedback. So we put a lot out there into the community with our programming, and a lot of the feedback that we collect is really invaluable. Specifically up on the screen right now, you can see some photos from our SHIFT program. And this partnership supports people with disabilities, particularly those with neurodiversities, in accessing physical activity opportunities through the organizations that serve and provide opportunities for those people. And I'll just mention that the quotes there are from the organizations in reflection of the work and partnership we've been doing with them over the past 2 years. The third method of community feedback or community outreach, the third method is community outreach, is what I'm trying to say, included open houses, informal conversations, pop-up consultations, and workshops. And these activities create space for meaningful conversations about successes, challenges, and opportunities. It tends to provide a deeper understanding of our community's unique and diverse needs and helped to shape the vision for this active living strategy update. A lot of this work has happened over this past year with Roxy in the neighborhood outreach position, and these are some quotes from the Oakdean Garden crew that are pretty impactful. All right, so in January 2024, we hosted a partner gathering with over 30 participants from various sectors, including the healthcare, education, and recreation sectors. The session provided invaluable insights into shared challenges and opportunities for enhancing recreation access and set the stage for the co-designed initiatives that are in this updated active living strategy. Building on that success, of the January gathering, this past November, we had an even more diverse group of voices come together. Using collaborative activities, we brainstormed actionable steps and created a vision board that reinforced the importance of shared goals and innovative partnerships for creating inclusive recreation opportunities. So, built on the emerging research and the insights from these 3 community engagement models, the 2025-2030 Active Living Strategy Action Plan reflects a collaborative approach to meeting the evolving needs of Kentville. The strategy identifies 5 key settings where our work can create meaningful change. We have the community, which we can enhance inclusion and activate connections within neighborhoods. We have the education sector, where we support active living through partnerships like the Nature Kids After School program and Active for Life. We have workplaces where we can promote movement-friendly policies such as Make Your Move at Work. And then we have the healthcare sector, where there's opportunities to really collaborate, to use physical activity as a tool for prevention and recovery. Finally, the parks, trails, and facilities, where we can create really connected, accessible, and welcoming physical environments for our residents to live, play, and feel like they belong. Building on the 5 key settings, the strategy emphasizes 3 priority areas to integrate movement into everyday life. There's community wellness, where we can advance health equity through programs that are accessible and inclusive for all. We have active transportation, where we are working really strongly to expand multi-use networks to better connect people and places. And then we have outdoor education and environmental stewardship, where we can really foster that love for nature while ensuring the protection and sustainability of Kentville's natural assets exist for the future of our generations. And these areas will guide our efforts as we create opportunities for everyone to move more, live well, and thrive in Kentville. The whole of the plan really adopts a holistic approach to fostering physical activity and well-being, and it centers around these key settings and priority areas. However, within this sphere of influence, there's always opportunities to create and build and seek new ways of doing things. And I think that's what really drives my work, is finding those innovations and partnerships so that we can collaborate and figure out how to amplify the impact and expand the boundaries of where we can influence change. All right, so I'm going to dig very briefly into the next 3 slides and highlighting the 3 priority areas. One is our vision for community wellness, which centers around fostering inclusivity and accessibility. And all right, I'll dig into a tiny bit. Expanding programs like Shift for the persons with disabilities, celebrating movement through initiatives like June is Recreation Month, and then also strengthening our partnerships with health organizations to address barriers to physical activity. Those are just some examples of the way in which we can do this work. With the second priority area, we aim to make walking, cycling, and rolling safe, enjoyable, and convenient. And there's a few key action items listed up on the slides there. And then finally, priority number 3, outdoor education and environmental stewardship. And this is a place where we can overlap, I mean, the other 2 as well, but this is a place where we can overlap with the bird-friendly town strategy and active transportation, how we can analyze how our parks, trails, and open space plan can enhance outdoor recreation opportunities. We can also identify how we can overlap with our accessibility plan in addressing barriers to outdoor spaces that are welcoming and accessible for all. evaluating the accessibility of trail and park entrances and signage, for example. So, in closing, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to present this. Kentville has joined municipalities across the province in partnership with Communities, Culture, Tourism and Heritage Department through the MPEL program. And this strategy is a blueprint for building a healthier, more active Kentville, outlining clear, actionable steps to provide residents with the resources needed to engage in physical activity more often. Guided by a collaborative approach, the plan will be implemented by the Active Living Community Coordinator, but it will be in partnership with internal and external resources, working across municipal departments, and with health and wellness sectors. So in closing, I respectfully request the Council Advisory Committee to approve the 2025-2030 Active Living Strategy, which will guide our efforts to foster community wellness, active transportation, and environmental stewardship. Thank you, and I can answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Craig, for your report. Just keeping in mind that she's been waiting 4 hours and 10 minutes to talk, so if anybody has any questions, this would be the time. Yes. Councillor Savage.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you for staying all
Oh,
night.
very
And
happy.
thanks for presenting. It's a really, really great report. Just something I wanted to throw your way. I watched the news the other night, and this was in PEI, and I feel like it was in Charlottetown or one of the surrounding communities, where the kids were, rather than getting on a bus and going to school, they were all cycling to school, and they had like folks with them. Like leaders of some sort. Anyway, they were going to be trying to do it in other neighboring communities, and I'm just wondering if that's something that, and maybe we already do it here, I don't know.
We
but
do it here a
oh,
little
okay,
bit,
yeah,
at
I just
least.
thought it was really cool.
Yeah, so last year...
Yeah, I'm not around the schools that much, so I don't see it.
Yeah, last year we piloted a bike to school. I think we called it the Rock and Roll to School.
Okay.
And actually 2 years ago that was started.
Okay.
And then we reinvented it a little bit last year as well, and hopefully to keep going. But the
Yeah.
bike racks at schools are always full.
Yeah, that's awesome. Okay,
Yeah,
thank
we
you.
actually need a new one.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Maxwell.
Well, thank you. Thanks, Becca. You have a big job with active living, and I think it's one of the most important aspects in our programming. And it's something that will have to continue, has to continue year on year on year on year on to get the education out there, to get the programming out there, so people, eventually it becomes part of the habits and the habits that parents instill in their children. And so I think you're doing a great job, and I'm glad the province is supporting these positions. And I just want to thank you for everything that you're doing for Kentville citizens and especially the children in our town. You've done an amazing job. This is a great report. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy.
Okay, thanks for your report. Let's put that motion on the floor. The Council Advisory Committee recommend to the January 27th, 2025 meeting of Council that Council approve the updated Active Living Strategy 2025 to 2030. If someone could move that. You'll be a seconder, Kathy, Deputy Mayor Kroll, and then Councillor Maxwell. Any discussion on that motion? There being none, are you ready for the question? It has been moved and seconded that the Council Advisory Committee recommend to the January 27th, 2025 meeting of Council that Council approve the updated Active Living Strategy 2025 to 2030. And voting is now open. Voting is now closed, and the motion is passed.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you very much. We have one piece of correspondence from the Nova Scotia Realtors Association. It's in your package. Anything you need to speak on that? Or
No.
You're good? Okay, I didn't think you were going to. And we're at the public comments time. If there's any members of the public, if they're still here, that want to get up and speak. I guess there's none. So council, we have items that require us to go in camera of legal nature, and we require a motion to go into a closed session to discuss these items. Councillor Savage and a seconder, Deputy Mayor Kroll. It has been moved and seconded that council move into a closed session. The question is on the adoption of the motion to move into a closed session. All those in favor?
So,
Those opposed?
Alicia?
Motion is passed.
Alicia?
The
Okay.
time is 10:12
Now,
PM.
can we reverse the order because Alicia's won't require?
Yeah.